in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
It's 1 minute past 2, almost 2. Call of the roll. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mr. Holness. Here. Mr. Bartlett. Mrs. Holness. Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Mr. Montague, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Samuda, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malawu Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Mean, Mr. Montague, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Paulwell, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sibbles, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright, Dr. Clark, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hilton.
Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, in keeping with the stated intention for us to begin this Honourable House promptly at 2 p.m. at every sitting, I am pleased to indicate to Jamaica that we are in line with that commitment to the country, and that will be the modus operandi from now on. And this Andrew Michael Holness administration and this Parliament under our leadership. Madam Speaker, the matter of statements by ministers today is intended that the Most Honourable Prime Minister will make a statement, that the Honourable Dr. Horace Chang, Minister of National Security, will also make a statement, as well as the Honourable Pearnel Charles Jr., the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. So may it please you, Madam Speaker, to invite the Most Honourable Prime Minister to make his statement at this time.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we know that we are doing quite well since the beginning of the year in starting promptly on time. Madam Speaker, the throughput of the Parliament can be much more than it is if we were properly utilizing our time. And the best way to utilize our time is to start on time. Madam Speaker, the purpose of my statement today is to give an update on the COVID-19 situation in the country. Based on the latest report from this morning, Jamaica recorded 754 new cases of COVID-19 yesterday. Our cumulative cases of COVID-19 are now 121,436, and we have recorded 2,609 deaths. Madam Speaker, persons who have died from COVID, either directly as a result or for some other reasons, but had COVID as well. Madam Speaker, the numbers are coming closer to home. I believe that now most Jamaicans would know someone or is close to a family that would have had a member die as a result of COVID. I express my sincere condolences to all those who have lost loved ones in this pandemic. The graph that is now being displayed, the first graph now being displayed, shows the daily number of confirmed cases, which is the blue bar, or the blue bars that are there, as well as the 7-day average of new hospital admissions, which is the red line. Madam Speaker, while our daily case count remains very high, there are indications that it may be starting to come down. The average number of confirmed cases for the last 7 days was 921 per day. For the immediate preceding 7 days, it was 1,402 per day. So, Madam Speaker, we have seen a decline of 34%. And you're beginning to see from the graph displayed the downturn in new cases, both daily and the 7-day average. Madam Speaker, if we look closely at the red line, it is also starting to show a decline, which is positive, and also the rate of hospitalization as a proportion of persons infected is much lower than in our third wave. The second graph, which should shortly be displayed, the second graph now being displayed, shows the test positivity rate by week. You can see from the white line that the weekly positivity rate in our fourth wave exceeded the peak in our third wave, while the positivity rate remains extremely high at 48%. We're starting to see the line turn downwards, which is an encouraging sign. The daily positivity based on the results reported this morning, was 46%. The third graph being displayed shows the number of confirmed and suspected cases of cases admitted to hospital, which is the white line. You can see the white line has slightly exceeded our COVID-19 bed capacity, which is signified there by the black line. While it is too early to arrive at any conclusions, it is encouraging that the hospitalizations are showing a slight downward turn like the other indicators. Madam Speaker, the next graph on screen shows the number of COVID-19 patients in hospitals requiring the use of high-flow nasal oxygen. So far, the number remains very low compared to our third wave. Madam Speaker, while the number of new cases remains extremely high, we are starting to see some encouraging signs, with a number of the indicators starting to show a downward turn. Madam Speaker, we now have the results from our own genome sequencer. Finally, the member from St. Mary Central would be very happy. A collaborative effort coming out of the budget process, sent me a note, and I said, this is a good idea, and immediately placed it into action. It took, I agree with you, it has taken, it is not I understand what the member is saying, it's not a political criticism, it's just the nature of the bureaucracy of government. It has to go through procurement, and it is compounded by the disruption in supply chains. So it did take long, but we're finally here. We have now built a capacity that will help us to manage the pandemic as we seek to transition out of the pandemic. So of the 43 samples sequenced, Madam Speaker, 40 or 93% were confirmed to be the Omicron variant. So it is clear that that is the dominant strain now in Jamaica. Oh, sorry, of 43 samples sequenced, 40 or 93% were confirmed to be the Omicron variant. The samples were taken between December 21 and 24. Madam Speaker, all the indications were that we were experiencing an Omicron wave, but we now have definitive confirmation of this. While the data suggests that the Omicron may result in less severe illness than Delta, especially in terms of the need for high-flow nasal oxygen, this is no time to be complacent or to let our guard down. Persons who are unvaccinated remain at high risk, particularly the elderly and those who are immunocompromised or have comorbidities. The population must therefore continue to exercise a high degree of caution. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet received a briefing from the Ministry of Health and Wellness yesterday, and having reviewed the various indicators, decided to extend the existing measures for an additional 2 weeks until February 10, 2022. This means that the curfew hours remain 10 p.m. nightly to 5 a.m. the following morning until 5 a.m. on February 11, 2022. All other measures remain unchanged. Madam Speaker, I want to remind members that we had anticipated and predicted that there would be a fourth wave during this period. This did not require any great foresight. It was reasonably predicted given what we were seeing happening in other countries. The government had therefore made preparations through establishing additional field hospitals and securing additional oxygen supplies, including, Madam Speaker, my own personal efforts in securing 19 oxygen concentrators, and we're going to get more because it appears that these would be very useful, seeing that the patients seem to not require so much of the high-flow nasal oxygen. I hear the narrative, Madam Speaker, that the government has given up and abandoned COVID-19 management measures. That is absolutely not the case. All the measures, the curfew, the restrictions on gatherings, the requirements to wear masks, particularly indoors, to maintain physical distance, all remain in place. We have not, however, further tightened measures, as we know that would have had significant adverse impact on our economy and the livelihoods of Jamaicans who are already struggling with high prices, struggling with cuts in income, struggling with crime and violence in their community. So, Madam Speaker, from as far back as November 2021, last year, in this House, I indicated that we would commence a gradual, controlled process of getting our economy back to full productive capacity and to give Jamaicans the opportunity to earn their livelihoods while protecting their lives. The measures that we have in place essentially serve as guardrails. And I use that term, that the strategy of the government was to set the measures in such a way as to allow the return to normalcy. But if there were an extreme, unpredicted event that would create concern, the guardrails would still be in place, and we would not need, Madam Speaker, to widen them any further. So we set the curfews at a particular hour that would allow people to get their normal businesses done. But at the same time, it would be sufficient to manage if there were any extreme events to occur, such as a new wave that has come. So, Madam Speaker, when I was asked, are we going to do anything new? Are we going to take any new measures? My response was no. We have said this months ago, but it would appear that persons weren't listening or did not understand or didn't care to understand. But the government, in managing our strategies here, Madam Speaker, we have been very careful and very strategic, planning well in advance. So, Madam Speaker, there was no need for us to examine new measures, having looked at what was happening in other countries, looked at our own capacities, which we had planned for here and built up. So there was no need to come with tighter measures. We had already explained to the country that we would not go back to lockdowns. That argument done. There seems to be those who want us to go back to that. We're not going back to that. We want to give the business people, the small enterprises, the average Jamaican, we want to give them certainty that we can emerge out of this pandemic. The pandemic has created a great deal of uncertainty in our lives. I know the trepidation that many people feel when I rise to speak in Parliament. Lord, I'm going to lock down the country again. We have to come out of that mode now. And therefore, we are clear. The measures that are in place They are set at a particular point where they will allow the controlled return to normalcy, but they are still there to protect us if there were to be an extreme or unpredicted event. And we will continue, as we have declared here, until the 10th of February. We'll watch up until that point, maintaining these measures. And then we will, at that point, make a determination. It could be that we keep the current measures in place, or we may loosen them a little bit. Let's see how those graphs evolve. But, Madam Speaker, let it be clear that the Jamaican society, the Jamaican economy, and the Jamaican people must start to cast their eyes forward out of the pandemic. Madam Speaker, I was also asked, so what are the strategies then? And our strategy has been very clear. From the very first question asked in mid-2021 regarding mandates and vaccines, the government said we are not going to pursue a policy of compulsory vaccination. That was said, and we were very clear about that. The government also said, I led that conversation, that before we can discuss anything about a vaccine mandate in the form of test or vaccinate or test, that there would have to be a very strong public education campaign to address the high level of misinformation and mistrust, doubt and skepticism about vaccines, that we couldn't go ahead of how the public felt about vaccines. You will recall that the Ministry of Health had put forward a significant budget to treat with this. Of course, other circumstances arose and we had to change the use of that budget. But the government's policy is very clear on vaccination. We encourage every Jamaican to get vaccinated. We strongly recommend vaccination. And for persons who are in critical government services, health, security, and critical services, we require you to get vaccinated. And we have also created an incentivized system. If you want to participate in certain public events that require mass gatherings, that could be a focal point for spread, then if we're going to allow that, we allow vaccinated persons. If the government is going to keep an event, then we set the example. We allow only vaccinated persons. But we haven't gone beyond that. We are also examining how we can put in place a proper system of testing, but for that to be done, we have to ensure that tests are available, not just tests in labs, but tests at home. So we have to first of all ensure that we make the market for such tests, and that is ongoing, and it will become a part and feature of life going forward until we have herd immunity in the world and in this country. So, Madam Speaker, there seems to be great dissonance, misunderstanding, some genuine and some deliberate, about how the government continues to manage this unprecedented challenge to our economy, our society, our way of life. And Madam Speaker, we have managed it very well. Madam Speaker, there never was a time in Jamaica during the pandemic when there was any worry about the government's pay bill. Look around the other countries in the Caribbean. There never was a point in time during the management of this pandemic of our social response to the most vulnerable people in this country. Madam Speaker, just look around the region and see which countries are reporting return of employment, return of growth so quickly in the economy. So let us done the fool arguments. We are moving forward with our economy. We're not locking it back down again. We are maintaining the guardrails because we know any card can play with this virus. New ones, new strains can emerge. So we have the guardrails there. But it can't be that at this first sign of every new variant, the first reaction is that we have to shut down and shut back down the economy. That cannot be the case. What has to be the case, and what everyone has to stress, is that if we are going to come out of this pandemic, every Jamaican must act responsibly. And somehow in this discussion, Madam Speaker, there are those who would seek to take away responsibility from the citizen. The government has a limit to what it can do, and our limit is binding based upon our resources. So there comes a point where citizens' responsibility for themselves must be encouraged, must be promoted, and we support them in that. So, Madam Speaker, you have an option. Get vaccinated. More than 95% of the persons in hospitals are unvaccinated. And if you don't want to take the vaccine, your business. I am not coming to hold you down to take any vaccine. But please, wear your mask. Sanitize, social distance, avoid crowds. Build up your immunity. But don't turn around and look at the government, curse the government if we lock down, and curse the government if we ask you to take the vaccine. Where is the solution, therefore? And then curse the government if we don't have no care package to give you. That's the reality we face, and I have to just be very frank with my Jamaican family, because nuance don't always work. Nuance don't always work. So we are in a situation now where if we continue with this pandemic in the way in which we continued before, the economic return that we are seeing could be stymied. No government, no matter how rich they are, can afford the social care program that we have extended over the last 2 years. No economy, no matter how rich they are, can withstand the fall off in household income and employment as we have sustained in the last 2 years. But more than that, we are seeing where all societies are now becoming fatigued. The mental health and social issues, almost every society now is seeing an upsurge in murders and other criminal activity. We have to pay close attention to these things. So as we seek to come out of the pandemic, who wants to criticize and chatter about, not being caring or not appearing to be caring. There's nobody who cares about the people of Jamaica than I am. And it is because I see the dangers ahead of us why I have to just talk it as it is. So, the reality might offend, but I know I haven't sinned against anyone. Get vaccinated. If you don't want to get vaccinated, follow the rules set out for your own protection. There is no government in the world that can provide a hospital bed for every single citizen. Bear in mind our economic situation and the resources we can provide, and act accordingly. You want to go back to party and keep big dance every weekend and every night of the week? You want to return to normalcy on the road till 5 a.m.? Well then, we all have to act responsibly. Other countries have started to return to normalcy, you know. They have started to take down the requirements for entry, the requirements for going into nightclubs and social gatherings, because they have reached a high level of vaccination. We are not yet at that point. We are still hovering in the 22% region. Now, if it is that our people decide that they're not going to take the vaccine, then we must still maintain some public health controls. But those public health controls cannot be to the detriment of the recovery of the economy. Because for those public health controls to work, you must have a strong economy to support them. So, Madam Speaker, I just had to say it as it is. And that is the challenge that you have as a leader of the country. Not everything you're going to say is going to be popular. But you have to make sure that what you do is right. And we have done the right thing by the country. So, Madam Speaker, we're observing the data on COVID, the infections, the hospitalizations, the vaccination very keenly. At this point, it's very early to say that we're coming out of the peak, but we do see signs of such. We can come out of this present spike very quickly if people just do what is required of them under the DRMA. Everybody knows what are the public health actions that they need to take. Everybody knows. So just simply do that and get vaccinated. The government has not given up on the vaccination program. We will come with another public health vaccination campaign. We recognize it is going to take time to convince Jamaicans. Unfortunately, many of them have consumed the nonsense that is being circulated all around social media. It's quite unfortunate, and many have died. I am personally aware of cases where the father is an elderly man. The son, because of his beliefs, would not take his father to get vaccinated. His father contracted the disease and died. There are many cases like that. Many cases like that. Now, I can't make any pronouncement on the guardian, the son's decision. That's his private decision. Right? So I don't make any pronouncement on it. But those actions have social consequences. They create the demand for hospital beds that deprive other people who have other treatments that they need. I have to make a pronouncement on that. Now, if it is that is your personal choice, then protect your father. Protect yourself. So, Madam Speaker, we are moving ahead. We are in the endemic phase of the pandemic. This thing is going to be with us, and we are transitioning out of it. We are moving on as a country. So, Madam Speaker, this presentation may not please everyone. It may offend some, but I believe we have done what is right for the country.
Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, I'm very happy that finally you have come out to try and give an explanation to what you meant by argument done, because others were interpreting what you meant as opposed to actually what you say you meant. Now, we recognize that vaccination, as you have indicated, is one of the key ways forward, Prime Minister, in trying to get out of this pandemic. And where that is concerned, this side is at one with you where vaccination is concerned, because indeed it is the way that Jamaica, like other countries, are going to get out of the pandemic. I'm very happy, Prime Minister, that the genomic sequencing machine is up and running. And I want to thank you for the collaboration that you mentioned, and the fact that finally, as a country, we can officially say that it is Omicron which is causing this significant fourth wave. What I'd be interested to know, however, Prime Minister, is based on what the Ministry of Health said, the last set of samples that were sent abroad were sent towards the end of November to the first week in December, and up to that particular point in time, Omicron had not been detected in Jamaica. I'd be interested to know what is the status for those that fell within that 3-week period between the first week in December to when the actual samples, as you have indicated now, were tested, the 21st to the 23rd. Secondly, Prime Minister, or thirdly, you spoke, and I would like if you could go back to the chart where you showed the 7-day average for hospitalizations in the country. And you indicated that on average, the weekly average was that the numbers were going down. Slight dip, you're right. But I want you to look at the very numbers that are published by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And if you look at the last 7-day average, it is 547 in the hospitals. The previous 7 days, it was 400 average, and prior to that, 236. So I cannot understand why your graph and your narrative is suggesting that the numbers are actually, in terms of hospitalizations, are actually going down. And I'm quoting the Ministry of Health. I understand the numbers, in terms of the absolute numbers, might be decreasing. And I do agree with you that, yes, it is early days yet to say whether it is actually a general direction in terms of the numbers that are going down, because the CMO did indicate that even though we are seeing these numbers, we might be reaching the peak, but it might plateau for a period of time. So I want you to reconcile that in terms of the numbers there. And Prime Minister, the matter of hospitalizations certainly has created some concerns for the country. You mentioned that the measures have been put in place, and I'm very happy to also note that based on one of the graphs that you put up in terms of the need for high-flow nasal oxygen that has been so far for this fourth phase shown a reduction. That's good news, because even though, and yes, Minister, that's good news, because even though plans have been made to get oxygen plants, they're not here yet, apart from the portable oxygen generator. So it is good that we are not seeing that increased demand and potentially will run us into problems as we did at the end of August 2021. And on that note, Prime Minister, the Ministry of Health, the opposition had asked for a report, independent report into the oxygen shortage and loss of lives during that particular period of time. The Ministry of Health said that they didn't see the need for that, but they'll do their own investigations and report. We have not yet seen a report coming from the ministry yet as it relates to that. And there's another matter for concern, Prime Minister, which I'm glad the Minister walked in because he needs to look into this. I raised it at the COVID committee sometime, the last one we had, but it needs to be aired again. We have seen, and as you have reported, 2,609 deaths to date. We have over 350 deaths under investigation. But what is curious, Prime Minister, is that we are seeing, based on the numbers that the Ministry of Health is reporting, that there are some numbers of deaths coming back. And I think the early part of this month, I don't have the data right in front of me, but it can be sourced by looking at the Ministry of Health's daily COVID summaries, that there are deaths that are reported from as far back as January last year, which were never captured under deaths under investigation. So basically, we are seeing now that there is the possibility, the probability, that there are many persons who have died and their deaths have not been diagnosed as COVID, but now we are seeing them coming. It's not cases that were under investigation previously, but we are seeing cases that are now being captured. So I want to know, Prime Minister, and probably you would have to have the technocrats look at this. Is it taking almost a year for a definitive diagnosis to be made on a particular death? There were 2 instances I can recall where deaths are reported from last year, but which were never captured under those under investigation. So it is something that we need to do. And it brings me back to the point that was raised early in the whole discussions in 2020, when I mentioned, Prime Minister, about what was termed the Russian roulette by the newspapers. And we really need to have a very investigative assessment as to the number of persons, one, who have really died from COVID, have the regional health authorities and the respective hospitals give to the ministry and the ministry by extension to the country the actual number of persons who have died from COVID. And secondly, for us to find out what are those excess deaths that might have occurred in the country that have not been captured as COVID deaths. As it relates to the measures, Prime Minister, I think we on this side are in agreement with the measures, but the only challenge that we have is that, as has been expressed, our health workers, a significant amount of them are out because of COVID, putting additional pressure on a system which is already stressed. We have a lot of hospitalizations, and especially for, say, Bustamante Hospital for Children, with the measures that the Ministry of Health is taking now, and certainly we agree that emergencies have to be emergencies. But what is unfortunate about all of this, and if you look at the children, those that would normally go to those clinics, that would need elective surgeries might end up in emergency because of the need to have those elective surgeries. And it is something right across the board, adults too. Those who are diabetics, hypertensives might turn up at emergencies with strokes or diabetic coma or some complication. My hope, Prime Minister, and I'm sure it's the hope of the entire country, is that we get out of this phase as quickly as possible so that we can start attending, country can start attending to those cases there. I'm happy, finally, Prime Minister, to note that you indicate that there's a new program and a new vaccination drive that is going to come on. Because as I've said, and many have agreed, although not publicly, that the message that is going out there is not really relevant anymore. We need new messaging. We need a new message. We need a new program to get to the vaccination persons to be vaccinated. And might I suggest, Prime Minister, that in this new phase that is going out, we get some real serious scientists out there, the nurses, the doctors, the persons who understand, have an honest discussion with the people at the community level and those in the other communities to say the pros and cons of vaccine and why it is necessary to take it. And I think you will have a greater buy-in when that occurs. For too long, some of them, not many of them, some of them, right? Get those who have taken it then. Get those who are on board to go and convince people. You can't get a pastor if you go tell people something else that is not about the church, Horace, right? So, yes, Prime Minister, we need to ensure that that is so. Because, as I've said, we are at one where vaccination is concerned. We are also concerned, Prime Minister, that the 4 to 12 years old, we have not made provisions yet in this country for them. We know that Pfizer has a vaccine that has been made. We know that other territories within the Caribbean have had access to it, and we would like to see what will happen to them. Because, you know, Prime Minister, when you spoke about the argument done, and I'll go back to it, because my comment was then, one of my comments was that, how can you speak about argument done and you don't make provisions for the 21% who are under the age of 12 that comprise the population? So the children vaccination, 5 to 12, is very important. And I want to urge you to urge the minister to see how quickly we can get those in the country so that children can get as well, so we ramp up the program. I'm also happy, Prime Minister, that my suggestion some time ago about the self-test kits, the antigen kits, are in the school now, but not all schools have them. And I would urge the efforts, collaboration between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education to ensure that as many schools have those as possible so that they can start to screen if any respiratory illness present before calling the health people. Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Sorry, let me just quickly respond to some of...
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. I just wanted to add, in terms of our children in school and the fact that many of them are unvaccinated, whether it is because they didn't or because we don't have the vaccine for them. The testing for schools. I have made a couple of calls to a couple of schools in different areas who will tell me that they heard it, but they have no idea about what is happening. Nobody has spoken to them about it, and so they are not aware of what is going to happen as far as the school is concerned. I believe that that is important. I also believe, Minister, especially as you talk now about us having to live through this new normal and find ways of, making sure that life continues, that the resources that schools need to ensure that face-to-face is being done in a safe way, that those are there. And I keep talking about it because I keep getting principals and teachers who say to me that they're struggling to provide the sanitizers, to carry the water bill that they need, and additional ancillary staff, for example, to help. They have asked, they have not received any response. Stuff like that, even in terms of how they deal with splitting some of their classes or doing cohorts or whatever. I know that what has been happening is people have been doing different things in terms of classes coming in, or some members of some students in the class coming in on different days. They're doing all that kind of creative stuff, but there is still a lot that they require that requires the support of the ministry, in particular in terms of the resources that are required to help them apply the protocol. I believe that because of where we are and what's happening in the health system, the last thing we want is that there is an absence or there is a lack that does not allow them to apply the protocols in the way that they should, that then leads to an increase in the student population of infection, and then you hear, oh, we have to close down because. So I'm very concerned about that, and I have been asked to place it on the table and on the record, and I'm doing so, Mr. Prime Minister, so that between you and the Minister of Education, we can make sure that those issues are resolved.
I want to thank members for the comments and questions that were raised. Just very quickly, member from Central St. Mary, the figure, the red line represents a 7-day moving average. So it is the average of the daily figures for the previous 7 days. So it's a different figure from the actual daily figure. So what you quoted were the daily figures. What I'm using is the 7-day average.
7-day average I quoted, Prime Minister. A 7-day average. Each day, for the past 7 days, divided, the total divided by 7 is what I got for every day.
That's the statistics I have. So what I would do is, you have raised another set. The minister would have heard, so we need to resolve that. The second question that you have raised is, what were the results of the first set of tests that were sent abroad to verify the presence of Omicron in the country? Minister, you want to just, I'll yield and allow the Minister to explain.
Before he answers, Prime Minister, if you may, what I asked was that we were told by ministry officials that the tests that were sent for genomic sequence to determine whether we had Omicron proved negative. However, the sampling for those tests were from the last week of November to the first week in December. My question was, what about samples from the first week of December to the 21st of December, which period is blank, because those that you quoted, the 40 of the 43, you said was from the 21st to the 23rd of December.
The simple answer to that, member, is that we haven't received those results as yet. Simple. The ones that we reported were as a result of this machine that we have now and is working.
Regarding the issue raised by the member from South-West St. Andrew, the Minister of Education has informed me that the ministry has provisions in place, including sanitation grants to support schools. I wouldn't say, based upon, obviously, budgetary constraints, that these would be entirely sufficient, but I'm certain they would go a far way to preserve the public health in the school.
Madam Speaker, I'd invite you to ask the Minister of National Security to make his statement at this time.
Dr. Chang.
Short. Madam Speaker, a very short report on the Zone of Special Operation. copies. I can't hear. Copies are there. Yeah. That's right. Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, Mr. Brief report on the established zone of special operation Savannah South. As we continue to put up measures in place to secure the right to life of all citizens, Savannah South zone of special operation was necessary given the extraordinary levels of criminal violence that were taking place within that area. Last year, Westmoreland accounted for 128 homicides, an increase of 60% when compared to this corresponding period in 2020. These acts of criminal violence are largely fueled and financed by lotto scamming operation, contract killing, and feuds from ill-gotten gains between gangs. In the face of such heinous violence, the greatest reassurance we can give these residents is a long-term community transformation strategy that is built on a foundation of safety and security. That is the objective of having implemented the zones of special operations in the Savannah area. The zone of special operations is one of the tools we will utilize to bring this process of sustainable and meaningful change to the residents of these communities. Even as we utilize the tool within the limited bounds of the declared zone, the police have the full support of the government in conducting intensified security operations across the entire parish. In closing, Madam Speaker, the zone of special operation in Savannah South is the 7th zone of special operation to be declared. The fact is that there are approximately 25 communities across Jamaica that would qualify for the zone of special operations activity. The government does not have, Jamaica does not have the human or capital resource and competence to carry out this type of operation in all of them at the same time, if we are to maintain the quality and integrity of the zone of special operation. Given the equally critical levels of criminality in these communities, we should not limit the tools that are available to the police. We will put alternative measures in place and provide the critical tools to control the violence and to build out the capacity, in particular for the social transformation activity of the zone of special operations. Members should be aware that since the beginning of the year, 2 zones of special operations have been declared. The residents in these communities have responded very favorably to the zones, and the security forces are carrying out their operation respectfully and effectively. Since the declaration, there have been no incidents of criminal violence within the geographical bounds of either the Parade Garden zone or the Savannah zone. The government is ensuring improved conditions for the residents of these communities as we move progressively to restore peace, safety, and public order to the people of Savannah South. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we are very pleased to hear the positive outcome of the decision to declare zones of special operations in these 2 communities, Parade Gardens and Savannah. We were long advocating for this zones of special operations legislation to be used more broadly, in particular in central Kingston, where there had been ongoing and very murderous gang violence for the best part of a year leading up to this. In terms of the availability of resources, we implore the government to do what it takes to secure those areas of the country which need this kind of additional boots on the ground within the context of the zones of special operations. Obviously, the social investment side of it is very important too, but we understand that that is something which is particularly sensitive to budgetary constraints. And of course, we will support larger budgets being made available, if possible, to support the social investment in those communities. But we do not feel that this very important security measure, which enjoys bipartisan support, should be curtailed in its use where persons' lives are in jeopardy on the basis that the particular model and the way it has been deployed in the past was too expensive to be replicated in multiple areas. We think that the imperative of protecting the society and protecting those communities which find themselves under siege from criminal gunmen ought to result in some flexibility in the thinking as to how this particular tool is to be devised and used. I would also ask that the Enhanced Security Measures Act, which was a commitment of this government in the consensus document which gave rise to the creation and establishment of CMOC, the Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee, and the new Firearms Act, both of which should have been delivered some time ago but have not been, be brought to this House without further delay. They are important and agreed tools which the country needs. I'm hoping that when we see them, we will be able to agree them quickly and move them into implementation so that they can support the security forces in this very difficult exercise that they're now going through. And of course, we urge the government, in terms of that ongoing dispute over overtime pay with the police, to do what it takes to bring that to an early closure so that the security forces and the police in particular feel justified, feel cared for, feel respected, and that the current situation, which we are told by police officers is demoralizing the force, can be put behind us. This is a time when we need all hands on deck. We need the security forces to feel motivated and respected for what they do for us. And this is not the time to be engaging in litigation against them in relation to their claim for overtime pay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the member for element of support. Let me just comment briefly on two things. One, well, beginning at the end, I won't speak on the issue with the police force. Its federation is in court, but what I will say is that the government intends to, and it was demonstrated, will for the first time, when the Minister of Finance speaks, treat the police force in the professional manner they should be treated. The dispute has emerged because successive governments have treated the police force with almost a level of disrespect in how they treated their salary, giving small bits and pieces of remuneration for some hours here, for some allowance there, and different sections of the police force. The police force will be treated as a professional body, paid as a professional body, and paid for the work they do. That's the commitment of this government. It will be done, and done in this year. I started the process. We will not be able to reverse 50 years of neglect and disrespect, but we'll start the process and treat the police force as a professional body they're doing, and they're working hard and doing the job still. And I want to commend them for the effort they're doing. This police force work under tremendous pressure, and they're working hard. I don't find, obviously, the distraction is there. It's all about when I meet officers and we look at the results, we see men who are putting the extra mile out there to protect this country. And also demotivated people who are complaining. And I think the country owes them a debt of gratitude and say thanks to them. We have seen their success recent lot in several areas that are peculiar. Not just repeat the question of a gang trial out there which took extensive work, remarkable work by the policemen. They took another syndicate of contract killers on there less than a month ago. It was serious, extensive work. We have seen there are many other gangs being investigated. I won't go into that now. We have seen them up to last night identify by quality intelligence work and find 8 firearms of high-powered quality hidden in one of our urban centers right near the stadium. A couple weeks before that, they identified an armorer in Mountain View. That is the reflection of a committed, hard-working, quality police force. And I want to assure the country, this government will not respond only in an ad hoc way. We are going to ensure that the policemen are treated properly and professionally. It's not the kind of thing you can do on ad hoc, which is what I said has created the problem we are faced with now, where you do something on the side or something. Police officers face particular circumstances. They are at greater risk than others. They must be treated as such. And to do so must be done properly and professionally, analyzed by those who do human resource management, and then the presentation is made and the matter conducted. In terms of the question of reflecting on the zones of special operation, there is this frequent call for boots on the ground. Madam Speaker, it is a historical fact that over the years, the training of police officers have never exceeded the attrition rate. Now, a lot of noise is made about the attrition rate. The police force has an establishment of 14,000, a working group of just under 12,000. In fact, it's more like 10,000 because before they were merged with the auxiliary forces, about 10,000. But there was never any training to ensure that you could compensate for the resignation, which is normal. People reach the age of 55 or more, dependent length of service, up to 60, they retire. And their normal retirement of maybe 300, sometime more. In addition to that, we face reality, and I have no problem with that, that young males in Jamaica, young men in particular, but young Jamaicans generally, will, from humble background, will join the police force, seeking to not only get a steady job, but to improve their CV. They use the time that they're in government to get to work and study, to go to school and study, and many have so done and acquired quality degrees, work for the police for some time, and then they move into the private sector. Absolutely nothing is wrong with that. We would like to keep all of them, but no profession, institutional body of over 10,000 can recruit and keep all the people they recruit. Certainly not in the government service at any point in time. So while that's happening, of course, what the government must do is to provide the resources, physically and human resources, to train more officers to ensure that we can add to what we have. And for the first time, the government is in the process of expanding the police force. During the course of this year, despite of the challenge from COVID, we will complete the training of 1,250 by March, the end of the financial year. We had to delay the full training program because not only in terms of training additional trainers, but the social distancing required by COVID ensured that we had to put individuals on quarantine, and some of the facilities that we had acquired had to be so used. There was Tranquility Bay, which was first acquired. It can expand the training, but we had to use it as a quarantine facility for the recruits. Camp Verley out in St. Catherine also, again, we shifted to added that, and therefore had additional quarantine space so we could achieve that. This year, the coming financial year, we'll make 1,500 at least because we have the recruits, and therefore we'll be able to, in fact, have a net gain to the police force of 1,000. For the year 2021 to 2022, to be more net gain of about 900. And we expect to keep doing that until we get to the required number, or at least the establishment number of 14,000 plus police officers. And in providing that body with requisite additional tools in terms of infrastructure and supporting transportation, communication, tele-equipment, we know we'll have significant impact on crime and violence in the community. You'll have more men to staff the specialized areas, from investigation and intelligence into straight geographical policing, where the community safety and safety branch can be operated. So the objective is to, in fact, provide, by our investment, the size and quality police force to deal with the challenge we have out there. The concept of clear, hold, and build is critical to have the effective social transformation as the government brings on national programs beyond the zones and beyond the 100 communities, such as indicated by the education report, the Violence Prevention Commission coming up, that will have national programs seeking to impact on the quality of life of our humble people, especially as it speaks to their opportunities in training, education, and behavior change when it comes down to violence, which is now undermining much of the social fabric of society. So the government is sensitive and aware to these things, Madam Speaker. They did not come overnight, and it's going to take time, but we're We are on the right direction. We are moving to invest in our society and provide the people with the kind of police force that will serve and protect, to provide the police force with the kind of infrastructure that will ensure they can do their job as we proceed. Clearly, we need the legislative framework. We are making the effort, and they'll be here in due course as the lawyers go through to ensure that the legislation we bring here will satisfy our constitutional requirement, but will be here in time to provide additional legislative tools for the police force. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Minister, in your concluding remarks, I just want to comment and to ask a question. I hear you very clearly about the nature of the challenge and the period of time it will take, and the national effort and frameworks that have to be put in place, both in respect of the education and the other policing matters which you've been working on. But time and again, Minister, I have come here and I've said to you that even as you remove certain things at the community level, certain social intervention, we have supported the expansion and the need for policing on the ground, and today I'm glad we're talking about ZOZO and not the SOE, and I'm happy at the results that we're seeing that the ZOZO is producing. But you have time and again said we don't have the resource to put it everywhere. I think it's about time, Minister. I really would like to know. We've come here, and I'm not clear as a member of Parliament what really is the trigger for the SOE, because many of the conditions that obtains here with respect to both Parade Garden and Westmoreland are present elsewhere, as you pointed out. And we've asked for, in those communities where there have been little or no social intervention, we have said, Minister, in pointed ways and in small but very effective ways that we even can agree on. You and I have discussed certain things and we can agree on it, and yet nothing is done. What are we in these communities supposed to do? Wait until a national effort is rolled out 10 years from now, 5 years from now, and the situation get worse? So, Minister, do we have a mix of approaches to this? Have we learned anything about what has happened in these ZOZO communities that have utilized the ZOZOs over 3-4 years, over the last 3 years, that we can apply, even in limited ways, in some of these communities? That's the question I'd like to ask.
Thank you, member from a part of St. Andrew. Your anxiety and concern is shared, but we also, as I said, this government moves systematically and practically. In not 10 years, the national programs will be rolled out much earlier. The Minister of Finance have to go to the challenges, and when it's rolled out meaningfully. The communities that are identified by the Planning Institute as the most volatile communities in Jamaica, we are working at getting them as fast as possible. It's not just the financial resources, because while the Minister has been hit by COVID and the economy has had some significant impact, without putting pressure on the Minister or lobbying him, he has been able to identify resources in critical areas in a manner that I think still marvels some of us when one look at what the care packages and so forth. Huge amounts of money have been spent there to bring relief to thousands of Jamaicans. I think, in fact, some 157,000 alone for basic care packages, another, I don't remember the titling, another 57,000, 50,000 small business. And the Minister can give me the detail, and I get that. But there are two challenges on the human resource side with zones. The effective clear takes a large number of security personnel. And I'm not trying to win strikes for that, but we are just starting to expand the police force to a point where we can get that number. We have to have the numbers to guarantee the safety. If we don't, we'll lose the impact and the purpose of the zone. So we have started. I have clearly indicated. We got acquired the properties. We got put off by the first year of COVID, and last year we were able to move. So this year there will be a net expansion in the force, as I said before, of maybe 900 a year, maybe even 1,000, because the level of resignation and migration was less. The By next year, we'll be looking at 1,000, and we look to expand that even a bit further. We won't be able to go much beyond 1,000. It involves training trainers in the entire culture of the police going forward, the specialized areas, and has been brought over and over in terms of what you might call the law speaks of human rights activity, almost client services. So the relationship between police and the young police going to community is quite different going forward. And the young men and young women we have responded well. We are getting the training, and as we settle the issues of, not just infrastructure such as and support services, the uniforms, the transportation, the quality of the police stations, and their remuneration, and we'll retain more. So, but without many, we need the numbers. We need numbers. It takes huge numbers to go in there. And as in fact, this year, Westmoreland got 47 graduates in December as we move to establish the zone. And there are more men being assigned. We are training pretty rapidly. In addition to that, the capital works required in these areas require a level of supervision. And I think every member in this House should share this concern. Widespread capital works by government must be supervised efficiently and with integrity. If I go to, the government, other than that said, I will say it here now, because I explained it. Excellent program. The Pride program, in concept, was an excellent program. It took on too big a slice, and people executing it corrupted it. We take on too much capital works scattered across 30, 40 districts until we build out the capacity. You run into other problems. And I think the rate we are going, we're at 7 now. We can maybe move more quickly to another 7. And therefore get to the 2025 plus the national programs coming on stream will pick up in the wider 120 communities, 100 communities. So it's not designed to be delayed to come into being in a 10-year period, remember. In fact, in your own concept before, I think I was the Minister of Housing who did the first detailed survey. You have a very difficult community. You have more than one. But the New Haven community have peculiar problems that need to be addressed in terms of both physical and social. The recurrent flooding and the squatting in the area has led to a kind of quality of life which should not be tolerable in the 21st century in the corporate area. We'll come to it, but we have to do it in a way that each time we move, we do not dilute the impact. That is the bottom line, Minister. I think the government is moving very steadily to bring them in communities that sort. If you bear in mind, the first time I went to one of my communities was one of the last one, Norwood. There are communities in Montego Bay as well, so not to show any bias, somewhere like Canterbury is calling out for us to come in there because it's maybe one of the most socially deprived communities in Jamaica, and we'll have to get to them. There are others. So the idea is to, at a steady pace, build out, improve capacity, put the budget in place, and we are expanding. Bear in mind that a lot of the social investment programs came to an end last year, not by design, that was a period, like the CSJP. Now we are bringing new programs, and as they come on stream, we also use the additional funding from partners to expand in this kind of operation, which, because of its credibility, has the potential to attract significant partner funding to ensure we can do it to the full extent that we so desire. And as we go along, we learn. We are looking at putting in place in all of these areas, in addition to the City Security Secretariat, which does monitoring and evaluation, in the other groups are coming in now to do what we call operational research, that we can monitor the activity as we proceed on an empirical basis. So I understand the frustration, and member from Western St. Andrew, but we are certainly looking at how fast we can get to not only your community, but the others who are so affected by the challenges that we outline and require them. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. I think another debate is about to start, Madam Speaker.
The member is on his feet.
Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister. Minister, You know, we grew up hearing, basically, if you keep on doing things the same way and expecting a different result, either we are madmen or women. And I think where we are now in the crime situation in the country is that the people of Jamaica, even us in here in the House itself, is expecting to hear something that will give us some confidence that the government is not only depending on the ZOSO and the, on the ZOSO to deal with the issue of crime. And why I raise the issue is because while we have heard some of the things that you have mentioned in your presentation earlier in response to the other questions that were asked, in getting more boots on the ground, that is something that we have been wanting as a country for a very long time. You're hoping that you will see a net of 900 at the end of the year. But we have seen where more police officers, as you recruit, there are more police officers leaving the force. The issue of enforcement of the laws is one thing, because we are seeing more and more out on the streets, Minister, where the enforcement of just law and order is something that people yearn to see. I mean, we are in some serious times now, and I know persons may say, boy, we are being too hard on them. But if we have no enforcement of laws, then the whole place is just going to break down into chaos. But the point I want to ask you, Minister, because the zone of special operations, which is something that we do support, but when you tabled the reports a few weeks ago, I was looking at the reports and those past reports, and I'm trying to figure out how is it that we judge the success of these zones of special operations. And why I ask that question, Minister, is that, you know, once you call a zone in a particular area, the report itself speaks about the infrastructural improvements that should be made in these communities. But the report itself doesn't give us an indication of how many gangs have been dismantled, how many violent interrupters have been arrested, how many weapons recovered. I myself tried to do my own research, but the police reporting is done in the policing area, but you don't get the murder numbers or the shooting numbers for the particular zone of special, the areas that these zones are called in. And I want to know, how is it that we determine, because even by your own admission, that when these zones are called, persons, these violent interrupters, move themselves out of the area. Violence producers, sorry sir, thank you very much for the correction. These violence producers remove themselves from the area. So how is it that we determine the success of these zones, even though we need the boots on the ground and we need the act itself that help the police in these areas? But can the Minister tell us the success in these zone of special operations that we have already called, and how many persons have been arrested in these areas, how many guns have been found in these areas? We just want, I would love to know the success, and I'm sure the Jamaican people would love to know the success of these zones.
Thank you for that question and comments, member from part of Manchester. The fact is, when we introduced this zone, part of a suite that include a number of other things that I'd come back to, from the state of public emergencies to the traditional policing of curfews, cordons, etc. The zone was seen as particular way as this attempt to not only bring peace and public good order, but in order to also provide social development. I think we started out rather on the same traditional basis. They don't do things the same way over and over and expect a different result. But we're looking at the reduction in criminal activity, reduction in violence, the increased business activity, and general social activities, as reducing the truants, getting people their birth certificates, registration, and a number of other traditional, socially acceptable and required good activities that are required to ensure that the community is functioning normally. We did not consider this adequate. Certainly I didn't, as the minister, respond to monitor, and we had to take a different track, which we are now executing. Two things. One, I have asked for more detailed social demographic data in the area, which we are now getting. Cannot give it today. It starts off with some basic data, such as the population, the age group demographics. I remember the one in Nordic in my constituency, and you could say that it is 5% individuals over 65, and I think there are about 25% below 25, and we need a detailed breakdown of all of them. The Planning Institute of Jamaica is now going through that to do it in all the zones, and that is something we need almost nationally, but we're going to the zones first, and the Planning Institute has gotten funding to begin that process in the zones, and at the end of the day, we need to identify and engage everybody, every citizen counted in that community. And that's how we'll begin to look at the success, because yes, there's some dispersion of gangs, and that results in the restoration of a reduction of violence in the area. Now, it is not totally useless, because once there's good order in the community and the police restore their return, gain themselves of respect, the gangsters themselves don't cease to misbehave in that community. Some of them will in fact use the community almost as a safe haven. But by virtue of a better relationship and linkage with the community, police identify them fairly quickly when they return. As we have seen, I think I'd say in Mount Salem, that's what I'm getting from the police. In addition to that, when gangsters leave the area, they basically become more easily identified. Criminals coming out of an area where they normally feel safe, and then they're going to other communities, oftentimes near to where they have had previous residents, like the rural areas they're from. We catch a number of them there. Secondly, they tend also, after a while, like the Mount Salem is now running 4 years, when they leave that community, if they cannot return there and continue their normal business, they try to get involved in other areas of turf, and you end up with a conflict which can result, again, in further violence, but also easier to catch them because they're not yet settled. So there are some pluses, but it has to be more systematic, and that's why I'm looking at, I've established that the basis for evaluation must now get, as a baseline, all the required data. How many of the young people are at risk to join gangs? How many may be in gangs because they move out quickly? And we engage all of those who are in there that we can identify, the truants, the ones who are 15 to 25 with unemployable skills, and begin to engage them. That data, I said, will be provided, and is being done by the Planning Institute as they work with the relevant agencies to put all of that data. We have some data as we collate what's involved in the Social Development Commission, Ministry of Education, and Public Health Authority, not personal data, but data on people's status, such as malnutrition, question of truants going to school. So there are data we are working with, but I want to get that more systematic. The Community Secretariat and the PLJ Community Secretariats have come together and put together a data format that will give us what is required, and we're able to measure on an operational basis our success or failure. The question of the gangs disperse, in the clear hold phase, you can almost, all the violence producers, the critical ones, move out. So you have that success. The critical violence producers tend to move out at the early stage, because the police know them. The few who have no charges to be laid against them may hang around, but they can't operate. So to that extent, you might say have full success, but they will return unless there is a position to deal with. Plus, so the continued expansion and of the activities, and I said the deployment of the police in other areas as we expand the numbers and give them the resources to do so, will apprehend more and more of them. Intelligence-driven operation is what is critical now, and finding them to apprehend them works. It is many who have left Mount Salem have not returned. And if you have returned, in fact, having been apprehended quickly or approached quickly, a number have been arrested, and therefore there are less and less of them returning. So there's impact, but I said the collaboration between the efforts in the zone and the security forces external to that in terms of their intelligence and deployment is crucial. And it will work if you continue that way, because you're finding a method that allows them to rise above the safe. So to get on the radar so we can pick them off. And that's what we're doing. The police has special teams going around. We have arrested many and will continue to do so. But I agree with you, member, that we are in the position of putting in place far more data on the area that we can measure on an ongoing basis. We don't await the conclusion of the 3-year for the CSP contribution, the European Union, or any further partner negotiation, or the government's own budget. Because how it is funded now, you should be aware, is that the relevant agency, whether Ministry of Education or SDC, will go to the Ministry of Finance for a particular vote on the Citizen Security Program. They will get initial funding, but when they have to get replacement money next budget, there has to be empirical result. It has to be evidence-based, or they will be brought to books and indicate that their program is not working. No more money will be available until they demonstrate how they can adjust their program to ensure that. So, for example, in closing, the European Union has a grant, which was one of the first grants we got to work within this program. It's applicable to all 100 the communities that the PIOJ indicate. In the zone, we are looking at that. They are to increase the numbers of young adults certified and trained, largely again young males in all years. So whether it is construction, heavy equipment operation, we need to see that increase by a certain number. We have to get who are at risk in the zones, so we ensure that when we start the program, we have a target of, say, 500 in Flanker, in Greenwich Farms, 300 or 400, and we find them. If we don't find 300, we need to know what happened to the 50 we didn't find. We need to get the parents in school. So we are in discussion actively with the Ministry of Education how the Parenting Commission operates to engage all the parents. We meet all those single mothers or families which are in socially deprived situation. We're going to engage them to not only do counseling, but to get them to link them with the required social support to pull them out of the deep poverty they are involved in. Right?
Thank you, Dr. Chang. House Leader? House Leader? House Leader. May I invite Minister Charles?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my first statement as Minister in the new Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. And so I want to use the opportunity on behalf of myself and my esteemed and experienced Minister of State, Minister Witter, just to express gratitude to our Prime Minister and to our colleagues who have been so kind in sharing with us the best practices and giving us the recommendations, as well as everyone, all the farmers, small and large, fisher folk, all of the persons on social media, everyone that has been excited and interested to engage and share along this journey. And we will be steadfast, Madam Speaker, in continuing the good work of those before us that have led to us having a local poultry production that has grown exponentially in Jamaica over the past 3 decades. This has been supported by a duty regime which facilitates and stimulates local expansion. The broiler companies, Madam Speaker, currently produce approximately 60% of total poultry, with the remaining being supplied by backyard farmers. And these companies have been very successful in making use of their market position and creating fully vertically integrated industries that are highly profitable. Notwithstanding, the global pandemic has left no one without impact. And the ministry, in that regard, has been vigorous in continuing and in constantly keeping in dialogue with these companies with a view to navigating these challenging times and ultimately to mitigate the negative impact of price increases for raw material inputs. Madam Speaker, colleagues, the agriculture sector has not been spared the negative impacts of COVID-19, with the pervasive logistics challenges within the global trade for commodities that have resulted in severe supply chain bottlenecks and delays. These supply chain bottlenecks and disruptions are coupled with labor shortages, increased costs for transportation, increased costs for packaging materials, for grains, for feed, and of course, baby chicks. This is a reality that we face, and any member of parliament in rural Jamaica will be able to tell you that they understand the concerns of small farmers and those householders that have been facing enormous delay. It is important then for us to note that roughly 75% of the eggs used to provide baby chicks for the industry are imported, with Jamaica Broilers being the only broiler company with a local hatchery, and they are only able to produce approximately 40% of their own fertile egg needs. What this means is that we have a situation that has resulted in individual and contract farmers finding it increasingly challenging to source baby chicks for both broiler and layer operations. So, Madam Speaker, the aforementioned challenges then have given rise, as we know, to unprecedented increases in prices locally for animal protein, especially poultry products, with the price of locally produced chicken meat increasing by approximately 17% over the last 12 months, moving from an average of 530 per kilogram to just under 620 per kilogram currently. Madam Speaker, it is instructive then to mention that chicken meat is one of the most versatile and affordable proteins, especially for the most vulnerable in our society. And therefore, any increase in the prices paid for the inputs that go into the productive process will invariably be passed on to consumers. That means every Jamaican household is impacted. This situation is further compounded, Madam Speaker, by the fact that there has been a decrease in the import of chicken back, a critical source of affordable protein, especially for the persons who have limited disposable income. And this shortage of supply has resulted in the price for chicken back now competing with the whole chicken. Madam Speaker, the reality, everything is competing. The reality is that in most countries, the demand for raw material inputs, food, and finished goods has surged ahead of the available supply. Additionally, importers have reported that the transshipment charges for freight have risen in excess of 300%, in some cases moving from 3,000 US to 11,000 US. Madam Speaker, this also has impacted the price and availability of substitute products such as turkey necks, chicken feet, chicken necks, and offal. I had to call Mr. Green to see what offal was. That's the internal organs of the animal used as food. I'm learning, Minister Witter. Other fluctuations indicating the rising cost, the rising cost of fuel have contributed, Madam Speaker, significantly to the erosion of many Jamaicans' purchasing power relative to where we were 3 years ago. This is our reality. This is what we are confronting. But let me assure our farmers and consumers that the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries takes this situation seriously, and we have been in dialogue with the relevant stakeholders in the poultry industry with a view towards implementing strategies to reduce the level of increase that is passed on to consumers. We are aware that these issues, if not addressed, could lead to further increases for poultry products, and as a result, the Ministry is exploring several practical solutions within the short to medium term to mitigate further increases and to work with all stakeholders to continue to ensure the sustainability of our food supply. Madam Speaker, our responsibility to the Jamaican consumers requires us to take steps, if necessary, to ensure the availability of affordable and nutritious protein, and we will not hesitate to act expeditiously to put measures in place. Let that be a warning. Madam Speaker, in order to keep pace with increased demand by our consumers and to provide some reprieve to our farmers, the Ministry has been actively seeking more affordable market options for inputs such as baby chicks and fertile eggs that can meet regulatory requirements and bring down the prices for our local farmers. This move will invariably redound to the benefit of all consumers. Madam Speaker, additionally, in order to provide Jamaican consumers with an affordable alternative source of protein, one of the options being considered is the temporary suspension of the import and additional stamp duties levied on leg quarters. Currently, the price of leg quarters within the local market is at $360 per pound, Minister Tufton, while we would be able to import leg quarters at $100 per pound and have consumers paying roughly $160 per pound. This would allow Jamaican consumers to purchase at least 3 times the quantity of poultry meat that they are currently able to afford. Madam Speaker, leg quarters are really available at more competitive prices than other chicken parts currently being utilized. But let me emphasize, Minister Clark, that this would be a temporary measure until local market recalibrates to normal levels where supply matches demand, as was successfully done before when the country faced a similar crisis. Madam Speaker, the world is feeling the impact of the pandemic, including our Jamaican households, and so we have a responsibility as a government to do everything that is necessary to ease that burden. For that reason, the Ministry is executing a robust program to promote the consumption of alternatives to poultry, ensuring that Jamaicans have a range of options and adequate supplies of affordable protein. We are pursuing increased and efficient production of small ruminants, fish, and pigs, which we believe will serve to reduce the current demand for poultry. Despite my denomination, I'd like those persons who are messaging me about the pig industry to alleviate all your fears. Additionally, Madam Speaker, our food bill already includes commodities which are affordable sources of protein like canned fish, beef, chicken, and pork. And these too can be utilized and prepared in many different creative ways to allow consumers to have an ample supply and range of protein in their diets. Madam Speaker, for several reasons, the local environment has been increasingly difficult as it relates to the supply of baby chicks to farmers. And this shortage negatively impacts our farmers' ability to expand production. Also, several households have been impacted by the obstruction in supply chain of baby chicks to farmers. And the bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that this is a vexing issue, particularly for the small chicken farmers and the householders who, during this pandemic, have seen this production opportunity as a means to supplement their families' income and diet. The ministry then will do all it can to create the environment where competition drives the market to redound positively, to the benefit then of our farmers and by extension to the benefit of the sector. Madam Speaker, every challenge creates an opportunity, and today I'm sending a message to all interested parties that we will be facilitating the entry of investors willing to take up the business opportunity to supply the local market with baby chicks. Likewise, the ministry will be examining mechanisms and incentives to make the sector more attractive for investors to invest in the local processing and growing of birds. Madam Speaker, if anything else, the pandemic has taught us the importance of self-sufficiency and the need to develop ways to be sustainable. And so, as we seek to identify sources of low-cost feed for our poultry farmers, we have also mandated our Research and Development Division that I sat down with today to carry out investigations in conjunction with private stakeholders to identify opportunities and to develop formula for feeds that will possibly be cheaper and utilize our local raw materials as alternatives, supplements, or replacements. Critical to achieving the aforementioned is for the research to enable the identification of ways for us to utilize our local assets, to identify supply from other jurisdictions, to discuss then with regional and international partners where can we get the best quality at the most affordable cost. And, Madam Speaker, investing in the long term in Jamaica's potential to develop its own products that will not only assist us, but open export opportunities regionally and internationally. Finally, in order to ramp up production locally, the ministry will also seek to encourage competition within the poultry sector, Madam Speaker, by incentivizing the investment in the local processing facilities for new entrants. Now more than ever, I believe all colleagues, Minister Witter, can agree. Food security is of critical importance, particularly given the complications of global shipping brought about by COVID-19. We expect that the current phenomenon can and may very well reoccur in the future. And therefore, steps will be taken to ensure that Jamaica is prepared, that we are ready as it relates to our food security should there be a repeat. We have heard the complaints of our farmers regarding the increased prices in fertilizers and the inability to secure baby chicks, among other things. And it is for this reason that I am taking steps to immediately assist our farmers and provide well-needed relief in these most challenging times. Madam Speaker, in that regard, the ministry, in an effort to bolster the production of the local poultry sector, has set aside $50 million to be immediately made available to assist with the purchase of feeds, chicks, and medications for our farmers through RADA. This is critical, Madam Speaker, as they continue to ensure our food security. Madam Speaker, in short order, we will address in this Parliament the issue relating to fertilizer, another critical ingredient in the production process. Madam Speaker, we remain committed as a government to engaging relevant stakeholders, both public and private, in pursuing these options to ensure that we, Jamaica, will remain a food-secure nation. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, the opposition acknowledges the severity and the extent of the problem facing the country with cost of living, and in particular with the cost of chicken meat, which is a protein consumed by the majority of Jamaicans. Minister, I have a couple of questions for you. First, on the $50 million to farmers through RADA. Could you tell the Parliament what is the process for determining which farmers are selected and whether there is an open, transparent process for providing, an equitable process for providing these funds to farmers? Secondly, while I acknowledge the extent of the problem, I want to urge some caution on the proposal about suspension of the CET and the stamp duties. And caution, one, because removing it, and I know you said temporarily, could lead to the dumping of these items here in Jamaica and adversely affect the local industry. Secondly, I don't know what process you would put in place to ensure that the importer passes on the benefit to the end user. The persons who import chicken meat, it's a very high margin business. That's the easiest way for me to say it. And you would have to have the mechanism to monitor to ensure that when you remove the duty, they pass it on versus just widening their own profit margin. And I'm not clear or not sure what mechanism you would put in place to do so. So while I understand the problem, I would like you to address those concerns, the negative impact, even if it is temporary, on the local industry, the measures you would put in place to ensure transparency. And thirdly, I know you say you consulted with the Minister of Finance at Cabinet yesterday. What is the potential revenue loss to the country if you did that?
It's a quick follow-up question along in the same vein. The suspension of the CET you referenced, that is not an automatic. That is not an automatic act. You have to do some things with CARICOM. What sort of time frame you think you will need to have that addressed before you can put in place the measures that you are proposing? Secondly, I hear you mention the competition. Is that the competition that you contemplate by bringing in the imports and the competition that you contemplate domestically? How do you square that decision of food security on the one hand, the temporary importation of the chicken parts on the other hand, and domestic competition? That seems to me a lot of activity, not all of them consistent. Could you explain it a little bit?
I want to thank members for their questions and start by just indicating that as it relates to the distribution, it is our intention to utilize RADA. They have a process with the extension services that has worked before and is quite efficient in terms of identifying persons in need and identifying beneficiaries based on an assessment index. And so it is the intention to utilize RADA to distribute to those persons who are most vulnerable and in need. As it relates to the proposal, might I just make it very clear, what we are doing now is the 50 million that has been set aside. What we are considering is the raft of things, including the suspension that has been put on the table. Clearly, any advancement of that as an moving from option to implementation would require a detailed understanding, deliberation with the officials in the ministry, meeting with the relevant stakeholders, and ensuring that we take into consideration the concerns that you have raised, which I agree with, to ensure that we can caution against that and guard against it. So I assure you that as it is now, this is a consideration, but if it was to move, which it could, it would then do so after intricate deliberation with the relevant persons, taking into consideration everything that was said by members.
I would ask you again, given the severity of the problem, in your own mind, what would you contemplate to be a time frame for this particular proposal?
The time frame is as soon as necessary. So it is just that. can't give you a time frame until we meet with the relevant persons. To do that would certainly be disruptive. Let me tell you, this government is proactive. If you call that being premature, we have a distinction in how we define the two things. I thank you.
Again, you know, we all would welcome it, and I think Minister, if you had specifics on the period for the consultation, because it requires consultation with stakeholders, then that would actually help us to know, because the farmers out there, yes, they're getting the 50 million through rather, but it won't solve the problem totally. But it would be important to know, you know, you're talking to your colleague, here you're going to talk to customs, all the people who are potentially affected.
And I agree, and I understand. So let me indicate that the discussions have started already before coming to give this statement. We have already reached out to some of the players in the industry. We have already had discussions with some of the relevant persons. And as I said before, we are contemplating all measures that can be put in place to the interests of Jamaica. Our concern is to protect the best interests of the people of Jamaica. And that is why we are here, to alleviate the fears of the consumers and to let the persons in this industry know that we are ready to work with them and we are ready to do whatever is necessary to make sure that the consumers and the small farmers are protected. We have started the discussion, and we will continue to engage with the opposition as well in this discussion.
I listened to the response from the minister, but quite frankly and respectfully, it's a bit. You have identified a problem, and correctly so. And we share with you in the attempt that you're making to ameliorate the problem. But having identified the problem and having defined an approach to deal with it, you can't just come to the House and say, as soon as your government inside your ministry, you might be new in the ministry, but the ministry is there with the technocrats who have been through similar situations before, quite aware of the different stakeholders that need to be consulted with, that you can come to the House and say, members Jamaica, within the next 2 weeks to 3 weeks, we expect to complete the requisite consultation towards moving to implementation. So those who have heard you today and look forward to the intervention you make reference to, would have some timeline in their heads to work with. It's not just stringing them along to say something will come, but you don't know when.
I want to thank you for your comments. I'm certain that you know that the words that you used are not mine. And so I won't respond to your own commentary about what you said to yourself. But in relation to You made a comment to me using your own words, which were not reflective of mine. And so I cannot respond about what you have made up in your own mind. I can only respond to what I said. And so let me say this. In relation to the timeline, yes, I have made it very clear that we have already started the consultations. The suspension process, if it is to be considered and implemented, would take between 6 to 8 weeks. The consultations that we have already started, I hope to be completed within the next week or two. But the reality, and I'm answering because it's not a difficulty, but the reality is what is being asked of me in specifics, I cannot give you a specific timeline. So the estimate that I can give you is what I said a while ago. It may take longer. So the prudent thing to do is to say to you that we will do whatever is necessary to protect the interests of the people of Jamaica. And we will be in conversation with the opposition shadow spokesperson as well to ensure that this is a discussion that is not one that's seen in any way other than being a national discussion on a national issue. So I thank you for your commentary, and I hope that that satisfies what you are trying to prove.
Indeed. Without the convoluted comments, it does give a specific timeline, which is all that was being asked for.
Madam Speaker, Minister, from your presentation, what I glean is that we've developed a local poultry industry over past 3 or so decades successfully, supported by a duty regime that facilitates local expansion. 60% of the total poultry production is with the broiler companies, and we know we have 2 dominant broiler companies in particular, and the others are backyard farmers. That because of supply chain and other problems, other prices internationally, local chicken meat has gone up by 17%. And the proposed response to that, to help consumers, is to remove or reduce the duty protection that the local industry enjoys so that the chicken parts, leg quarters, can be imported from overseas at a price which we don't know how will be passed through to consumers ultimately. And that's a very dicey business right there, because that's hard to monitor, and it could be a gold mine for those who get those import permits. I was going to suggest that you consider, rather than asking the Minister of Finance to give up revenue by dropping the duties, if you can quantify what estimates you anticipate you would need to import, and therefore how much revenue you're asking him to forego, it may be better to help the local industry, which doesn't seem to have a production problem, it's a pricing problem, by using those resources to support some kind of subsidy for a temporary period that they would guarantee would reach consumers. And they have leverage in the marketplace locally as the main. Of course, they're a big player in the market, but there are other players as well. So 20% of their producers are produced locally. And I know that certainly my constituents often have to wait very long periods of time to get an order filled for baby chicks that they want to raise. And I'm sure other MPs may have experienced that. So this is something I would really encourage you to negotiate with them at this time when the consumer is bawling and they know it because they've just increased prices by 17% over the last 12 months, Minister. I think you need to come back again to the House when you have a bit more clarity on the way forward. I appreciate that you wanted to respond, because obviously this is something which has just been announced a couple of days ago and everybody's up in arms about it. But quite frankly, at this stage, there are a lot of questions that you can't answer, which I understand. And you've indicated how you propose to proceed, so I'm asking that when you have more clarity, you come back to us and shed further light on this very important issue at that time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let me thank the member from St. Andrews South. And just on the 2 points that have been made, the first one certainly we will consider. Secondly, I know that further to the issue that you have raised in terms of the challenges, you would recall that we have in the statement, right in this paragraph below, I would have said every challenge creates an opportunity. And we're sending a message to all interested parties that we as a ministry, as a government, will be facilitating the entry of investors willing to take up business opportunity. So this statement does not block them. They could be those investors too. So anybody that is willing to come along with us in this journey to protect the interests of the Jamaican people, we're willing to do so. And we're ready to do that as well. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister, because as I commend the Minister and the government in trying to protect the consumer, but when we speak of the 2 major players in the chicken industry, we're talking about hundreds of contract farmers at the same time. And the response that the minister gave to the member from South St. Catherine about making the announcement and needing a period of time to discuss this with the industry says to me that the minister, which we should congratulate him in his new post, but as the leader of opposition says, is that he wants to quickly respond to the plight of the Jamaican people. And he came to Parliament to make a quick response without even speaking to the industry itself. Because while chicken prices have increased in the US by 90% over the last year, our local industry has increased their prices by 30%. Yeah? So they are the same industry players and contract farmers that brought us through the pandemic. And if it is that the government, and I bring the government as a whole in this, will come and make a pronouncement without speaking to the industry and opening the floodgates to these imports, you're going to have farmers that are going to have chickens that they'll be sitting on for a period of time. So we on this side, we are not saying that we don't want to see a lower price to the consumer. We do. But the government is not giving me, and I'm certainly the consumers too, that they have a method of seeing a reduction in the price of these parts when they come in. That those who are importing them, that when it comes to the consumer also, that they are getting a reduction in price. But also, on the $50 million that the minister has announced. Minister, I'm sure every member in the House is happy to hear the announcement of $50 million. But experience, if you're on the ground in farming communities like mine, constituencies, that $50 million last year is not the same as $50 million this year. Because the price of fertilizer moved from about $8,000 to about $11,000 up to last week. And the same for chicken feed. So when you give these farmers 50 chicken and 2 bags of feed, and they need 5 bags of feed to carry the chicken to full, and they can't afford the other 3 bags, because it is a reality out there. And what I dislike in this, we keep on doing, is this knee-jerk reaction, as if the people don't have no sense out there and don't understand what is happening. Because when you look at the farmers out there that are selling, will have to buy a bag of fertilizer for $11,000 and selling the same sweet potato and carrot for the same price, but they can't increase it to the consumers. Then you have more farmers going out of business. So I would like a more holistic approach, Minister, on the response to what is happening out there, because our farmers are suffering, our people out there are suffering. And we're not looking at the quantitative part of it. But we say we're just giving something without understanding the plight of the people out there. So, Minister, before you come back to the House and announce something like this, see what happened. And my concern is not even the 2 large producers, but the contract farmers out there that will suffer with something that has not been given great thought.
Madam Speaker, this being the final comment, I am assuming, it becomes increasingly difficult to respond to questions that are inaccurate representations of what I said. But with the greatest of respect, I am going to try my best to assume what you meant. Because if you listen carefully to my statement, it would have detailed an understanding of the plight. Unfortunately, for you in the comment, I am too a rural farmer, and I am too a rural member of parliament, like you. So the suggestion, I get you, but the suggestion that I don't understand is not only far-fetched, but it's inaccurate. Nevertheless, it's your opinion and you can hold it. So let me get the facts. The facts are that in the same presentation that you would have listened to, and that is here for you to read, it sets out that we made one announcement, and it was not an announcement that did not include us or follow us as a ministry having discussion within the ministry, within the industry, in several different ways with small farmers and discussions with others. I said in response that we have started discussions. My ministry has started consultations already. That's something which was said. So let me clarify that. Number two, you mentioned, it was said in response to the member, so you will remember. You have also given or insinuated that we have put together a package without the proper and appropriate preparation. Now, let me make it clear for you and for Jamaica to understand. We are putting in place an immediate relief package of $50 million, which will go through RADA. They have a beneficiary assessment system that works. We have also laid out, as any government should do, a number of things that we are considering, if necessary, as well as a map so the country can understand that the government is assessing the situation and we are not waiting to respond. We are telling you we are assessing it, what we are assessing, and where we are projecting, so that there can be certainty in the market and certainty and confidence in the small farmers that the government is doing what is necessary. I will continue to make sure that we engage with farmers. Last week, myself and Minister Witter, we were in St. Thomas for the entire day, out there with onion farmers, listening to their plight as it relates to the fertilizer prices, as it relates to the other challenges. We understand. We understand fully. And we are going to continue to press to make sure that as a government we do what is necessary to alleviate their concerns, and we provide the technical support and the resources where necessary and where we can. In short order, we will get back to the Parliament, and we will get back to the Parliament, as I said in the presentation, with a clear indication of how we intend to treat the fertilizer issue. Now, I don't want to use your word to be premature. I'll say it is your word. You've used it today. Your word. And so I have not gone into the details of that. Save and except to say, we will discuss all of those details. And again, I will invite the opposition spokesperson to join in that discussion, as it's not a discussion about one side or the other. What we're discussing today is for every household in Jamaica, every Jamaican, and we're protecting their interest.
Just a follow-up. Is the minister saying, because I'm sure my words, is that you said in your presentation that you have started the discussion, and in my words, I'm saying to you something of the effect of what you are presented here today. I would have expected that the discussions and the agreement with the local industry, you say it start. No, I said I expect that it would have reached to a point. I am asking you this question directly. In your conversation with the industry up to yesterday or this morning or whenever it is that you had the last, I'm just asking, is either yes or no? So you look like you're speaking to yourself and not listening. Yeah. Did the minister discuss with the local industry and the farmers that you were removing the CET and the additional stamp duties from imported chicken?
Again, I'm telling you, this is a day to remember. At no point in time have I said to this Parliament that I am removing the CET. I'm going to make it clear again. The one thing that we have said as a government that we are doing now for the farmers is putting in place a $50 million package of relief right now. Everything else, member, is for us, as any prudent government should do, to share with the industry the considerations that are being put on the table, one of which is the suspension of the CET. I don't think that you, after you get a chance to listen back to what you have asked and what I've said, will find that I've done any injustice to the ministry. You may find that you perhaps ask a question which I understand. I'm going to assume again, I get the essence of what you meant. And so let me tell you, we are not moving ahead, because this is what I think you really are cautioning. I think what you mean to ask is whether we are pressing ahead without talking to stakeholders. And I can say to you, that's not what we're doing. All right? I'm trying to be kind. So I'll leave it there.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask a question that I believe will be very easily understood. Minister, the importation of chicken parts has been characterized by a lack of transparency, allegations of corruption over the years. Your predecessor, who is to your right, had promised that a new regime would have been implemented by the government to govern how chicken parts are imported, how the licenses are determined, the amounts, etc. I'm asking for an update on this as to what is the new regime in place, particularly given that there are considerations now being given to the importation of chicken parts.
I thank you for the question, and we'll certainly provide an update after I've discussed it with the relevant persons in the ministry, and we'll get it to you.
Members, announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. The Civil Service Establishment General Order 2021 and its resolution. The third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2022. Special report of the Integrity Commission conducted into the circumstances which led to the approval and issuance of prescribed licenses and permits by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security for the construction, renovation, and operation of the Moon Palace Jamaica Grand Hotel, and special investigation concerning allegations of illegal and/or unregulated sand mining activities in the vicinity of the Jamaica mud lane in Hayes, Clarendon, and corrupt practices in the issuance of mining licenses by certain public officers in the Ministry of Mining and Energy.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 21st day of January 2022, a bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm as Lawful all acts and omissions relating to the approval granted by the Governor General for the early retirement of officers from the Jamaica Constabulary Force during the period commencing on the 13th day of February 2019 and ending on the 13th day of August 2019, to indemnify the government and all persons acting on behalf of the government from liability in relation thereto and for connected matters, was passed in the Senate without amendment. Signed, Thomas Tavares Finson, OJCD QCJP, President of the Senate.
Papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move, whereas subsection 1(g)(i) of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires a member of this Honorable House of Representatives to vacate his seat if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or manager becomes a party to any contract with the Government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he continues becomes a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which is a party to any such contract. And whereas the Member of Parliament for Clarendon Central is chairman of LMH Publishing Limited, which is engaged in the book publishing and distribution industry. LMH Retail Limited, a retail concessionaire, and LMH Distributors Limited, trading as the Book Nest, a supplier of books, stationery, and school supplies. And whereas the aforementioned entities may from time to time enter into contracts with the Government of Jamaica and its affiliate agencies, and whereas the member has disclosed his interest in these entities, be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for the consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and to have read a first time a bill shortly entitled The Representation of the People, Postponement of Elections to the Municipal Corporations and City Municipality Act 2022. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce the bill and have it read for a first time, to give notice of and to take the second reading and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Mr. Clerk.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House, I will move the Civil Service Establishment Act, the Civil Service Establishment General Order 2021 Resolution. I'll read the resolution, I'm sorry. Let me read the resolution, I apologize.
No.
Where? The Civil Service Establishment Act, the Civil Service Establishment General Order 2021 Resolution. Whereas Section 3, Subsection 1 of the Civil Service Establishment Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that, subject to the provisions of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Minister may, by order, constitute or abolish offices in the public service. And whereas Section 3, subsection 2 of the Act provides that an order made under Section 3 of the Act may from time to time determine the numbers of any office specified thereunder, B, determine the emoluments to be attached to any office, and C, make such incidental, consequential, and supplemental provisions as the Minister thinks necessary or expedient to give full effect to the order. And whereas Section 3, subsection 3 of the Act provides that an order under Section 3 of the Act may provide that it shall have effect from such date not earlier than the first day of February 1976, as may be specified therein. And whereas Section 3, subsection 4 of the Act provides that an order made under Section 3 of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, and whereas on the 9th day of December 2021, the Minister made the Civil Service Establishment General Order 2021, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as a Civil Service Establishment General Order 2021 resolution. 2. The Civil Service Establishment General Order 2021 resolution, which is laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of January 2022, is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I also beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. Be it resolved that the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2022, which was laid on the table of the House on the the third supplement and the Jamaica body's estimates of revenue of expenditure for the year ending March 31st, 2022, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of January 2022, be referred, let me read that again. Be it resolved that the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2022, which was laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of January 2022, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Questions and answers to questions.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the time being after 3:15. 3:15, yeah? The time being after 3:15, I beg to move that the time be extended to allow for members to answer questions.
Members, the question is that it is now 4:31, which is after 3:15, that the time be extended to allow for the item questions and answers to questions. Those in favor? Those against? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I take note that the member from East Kingston and Port Royal stood in his place, no doubt, to ask his questions. I'm to advise the member that the Honourable Minister of Finance will answer all your questions next week. It's all slated. And so, Madam Speaker, would the member recognize this and allow for next week when the Minister will answer his questions?
Madam Speaker, the House Leader is very premature, because my intention today was to, was to remind him that 2 weeks ago, I reminded this House that I asked the Most Honourable Prime Minister questions that were due from March 2021. The House will shortly be prorogued, and I would hate, Madam Speaker, for us to carry these set of questions into a new political year for the Parliament. So I'm urging that as the Minister of Finance answers next week,
So too will the Prime Minister.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Madam Speaker, on the matter of public business, there are the motions that I gave notice to earlier will be asked for approval, and then the Minister of Local Government will take the bill in his name, followed by the Minister of Finance dealing with the matters relating to the Civil Service Establishment Order, as well as the supplementary estimates. The member is saying that he would defer to next week to deal with the Civil Service Establishment Order, while the supplementary estimates would be taken this week. And then, Madam Speaker, it is intended to allow for the continuation of the debate on the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider the report of the motions for the proposal that the City Municipality of Portmore becomes the 15th Parish of Jamaica. And finally, the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to review the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measure Act 2017. May it please you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion in relation to referring the member to the Ethics Committee, notice of which I gave earlier, be received. May it please
Members, the question is that standing orders be suspended to enable the House Leader and Minister to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now beg to move that the motion be approved.
Of which the Minister gave earlier be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been approved.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Representation of the People, Postponement of Elections to the Municipal Corporations and City Municipality Act 22, to give notice of and to take second reading and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled The Representation of the People, Postponement of Elections to Municipal Corporations and City Municipalities Act 2022, to give notice of and take its second reading and take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
A bill shortly entitled The Representation of the People, Postponement of Elections to Municipal Corporations and City Municipalities Act 2022, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill.
At which point you can start your debate, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just over 14 months ago, on the 24th of November 2020, this Honorable House passed an amendment act to temporarily modify the Representation of the People's Act in order to postpone the holding of the general elections for members to serve on the respective councils of municipalities, corporation, and a general election for the mayor of Portmore City Municipality. As the country is aware, this became necessary because of the public health emergency posed by COVID-19, as well as the need for recovery from the extensive rains in that year. Madam Speaker, the Amendment Act therefore created a special extension period for the holding of local government elections to the last day, which is February 27, 2022. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the reality today is that the pandemic continued to severely test every aspect of national life. And despite the latest signs of a slowing down, it is important that we maintain and to recognize that the dangers still exist, Madam Speaker. A comparative analysis revealed that in 2020, Madam Speaker, there are more Jamaicans now in hospitals than in 2020. On November 29, 2020, which would have been exactly 4 years after the last local government elections held in 2016, an overall number of over 10,700 Jamaicans have tested positive for COVID-19. Within that period, Madam Speaker, some 54 such Jamaicans tested positive within the previous 24 hours. The range at that time, Madam Speaker, was from 12 to 83 years old. 70 Jamaicans were in hospital, 11 moderately ill, 9 critical, and 773 persons caught the virus through local transmission at the time when community spread was just emerging in the country. Madam Speaker, the unwelcome picture today is significantly worse this year than it was in 2020. So as of January 23rd, the overall number of Jamaicans impacted by COVID-19 is over 120,000. And Madam Speaker, it is significant to note that since August 2021, over 1,117 people contracted the virus within a 24-hour period. And again, Madam Speaker, just for some information, the age is from 7 days to 103 years old. Our bed capacity has been virtually wiped out, Madam Speaker, with over some 500 persons in our hospitals. But back in November, Madam Speaker, November 2020, all parishes except Kingston, St. Andrews, St. James, and St. Catherine had less than 1,000 new cases. Now, it is totally different, Madam Speaker. Every single parish has cases in the thousands, with Kingston and St. Andrew leading the way with over 30,000, Portland being the lowest in terms of the infection with just a little over 3,000. The rate, Madam Speaker, is about 48%. And it is in that context, Madam Speaker, that the government has taken into consideration the existing health situation. With this new strain, Madam Speaker, the government believes that to hold an election within this period, that it would put the country at a greater risk with the fourth wave of COVID-19. It is at the forefront of the government's thinking, Madam Speaker, that we must do everything to protect the population. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I am seeking today the approval of this Honourable House to postpone the holding of local government elections beyond to February 2022, Madam Speaker, which would have been the period that we would have had the elections, would be February 27. However, we recognize, Madam Speaker, the challenges that I said before, and I would urge all parliamentarians, all Jamaicans, to let us work together to ensure that we do what is best for the country at this time, Madam Speaker. As the Minister with responsibility for local government, I wish to assure the House and the country that we are still committed to having the next local government elections in the shortest practical time. The commitment of this administration to the local government system is well known. It is a critical part of national life, and it will remain unthreatened, Madam Speaker. And I want to make the point that despite the fact that we are seeking to postpone for an additional year, it does not jeopardize the existence of local government in this country, because this government, Madam Speaker, by its performance, has demonstrated its commitment to the local government system. I want to urge much greater observance of the public health protocols, and I ask that, my fellow Jamaicans take up the vaccines. There are a wide number of vaccines available across the country, and I would encourage our Jamaicans using this medium to reach out at this time to ask, Madam Speaker, that my fellow Jamaicans take the vaccine, observe the protocols, Madam Speaker, so that we can get back to life in the way that we ought to, and we can have elections that are going to be free from any concerns of any virus, etc., Madam Speaker. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to also make a point which is important. Over 90% of polling stations in the country operate out of our classrooms, Madam Speaker. And we have just started face-to-face, and it would be irresponsible of us, Madam Speaker, at this time, to expose our schools to that level of traffic that they would experience during an election, Madam Speaker. And not only are they used, Madam Speaker, as polling stations, but a number of them are used as counting centers, Madam Speaker, and we want to ensure that our students have the full ability to access education, Madam Speaker. So I know, Madam Speaker, therefore, I want now to introduce the bill entitled the Representation of the People's Act, read the Postponement of Elections of the Municipal Corporation of the City Municipality Act until February 23rd, until February 2023, Madam, 2023, Madam. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with those few comments, Madam Speaker, I urge, Madam Speaker, that this bill is not controversial, Madam Speaker, and it will have the full support of the Parliament at this time. I thank you.
Minister, I like that ending. Madam Speaker, it is quite striking that in the same day's sitting in Parliament, we've had the Prime Minister address us on COVID, telling us that we must get used to it, things are getting back to normal, the thing is still risky but trending in the right direction, no new measures are required, and Jamaica must move on and learn to live with this thing because it's become endemic. You know, and he was very strident on that. Then we heard the Minister of Local Government saying, COVID is so terrible. COVID is such a drastic situation now. We're in great jeopardy. It's just amusing to hear the contrast in the orientation of the two remarks. Very amusing. Madam Speaker, speaking for myself, I understand the need to be cautious with how we approach dealing with gatherings at this time. It is true we had an election in August, at the end of, it was called in August 2020, held at the beginning of September, right when there was a spike, and community spread was announced the day after that election. That was an early election, not a late election, but political motivations carried the day then, and clearly carrying it now too. Yes. So I think the responsible thing to do at this time is to avoid holding an election at the time that this graph, which is on the screen, I'm glad that the graph is still on the screen, showing the level of cases and the 7-day moving average, which the Prime Minister assured us is going down, etc. So in that context, we understand that the calling of an election would not be responsible or prudent in our context, especially with Jamaica only having 22% vaccination levels, which is really the Achilles heel that we are facing in terms of our future with COVID, because we don't know. It's remarkable, really, that we've gone through wave after wave, and this wave, according to the Prime Minister, looks like it's trending in the right direction. But with such low levels of vaccination, I don't think we should be taking undue chances. So, although we on this side really aren't happy with the idea of postponing this election again, we are not. But we understand the exigencies of the public health situation. The truth is that the Jamaica Labour Party professed its commitment to fixed election dates. It was in their election manifesto in 2016. Of course, that fell by the wayside. But the Local Governance Act, which amended, I think it's the 8th schedule of the Representation of the People's Act, in 2015-2016 as one of the 3 strategic laws which accompanied the amendment of the Constitution to enshrine local government in the Constitution, provides for a fixed election cycle for local government. It's a 4-year cycle where there's a 90-day window at the end of the 4th anniversary of the preceding local government election in which the local government election is to be held. There's no provision for passing resolutions of the House to defer it, prolong it, defer it, whatever. It is supposed to happen. Now, at the time, I don't think anybody envisaged a 2-year pandemic situation, which is why in 2020, November, when a bill was brought here to postpone it until end of February, or postpone the period during which it must be held to February, the end of February 2022, we didn't object to that. We saw that this pandemic was just really getting started. Jamaica hadn't begun its vaccination program. The world hadn't begun its vaccination program. We had just heard that vaccinations were being developed. The situation was very uncertain. But the truth of the matter is that the principle of a fixed electoral cycle for local government is an important principle. And it is one which is enshrined in our law. And having departed from it in November 2020, we're being asked to depart from it again. Now, there are several divisions, electoral divisions, local government, which are where persons are unrepresented currently. Councillors may have passed away, other issues may have happened. So those people are being denied representation the longer we leave it. There's no question of any by-elections being held for those divisions. So on our side, we understand what has been said, and we understand the context in which we are operating. But we feel that a 1-year postponement is excessive. And we would be proposing a 6-month postponement, at which time, if things are not as sanguine as the Prime Minister was rosily projecting earlier today, then we can look at it again as a Parliament. But we think that the fixed election cycle principle is important, having been enshrined in the Local Governments Act and in the Representation of the People's Act, and we feel that the right thing to do is not to extend this beyond what I consider to be a reasonable time frame, or we consider to be a reasonable time frame. We would like the elections to have been able to go ahead in February. We feel that that is what the people ought to be afforded, their democratic opportunity to elect the councillors of their choice. It should have happened a year ago. It's been postponed. So instead of a 4-year cycle, where it's now 5 years plus 90 days, and we're going to be extending it again. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask the Minister to consider a 6-month postponement. That would take us into late August. School will be on recess at that time, so the disruption would be less than what he had raised. In any event, it's an election day on a single day, and that is something which can be managed. Though I do appreciate the point he made about with back to school just having started, to keep it now would be untoward. So, Madam Speaker, reluctantly, we understand and will support the need for this extension, but we do feel that 1 year is excessive. And given the remarks of the Prime Minister in his comprehensive analysis of the COVID situation earlier today, we believe a 6-month extension is more than adequate, and we would propose that to the government for consideration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was tempted to remain seated
and to say, and to say nothing else. However, given some of the comments I heard, you know, when one mentioned that an election was held in 2020 at the heights of a spike, and that in fact, right as it was finished, the announcements were made, then we would have heard, yes, man, same thing, same results. Which says to me very clearly that this is not simply about the COVID spike. Precisely, when I look at the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons and I see that the postponement is necessary due to two reasons. A, the impact of SARS-CoV-2, coronavirus COVID-19 on the Jamaican society and the economy. B, the increased risk of exposure by the Jamaican electorate to SARS-CoV-2, coronavirus COVID-19. And I reflect on what the member of South St. Andrew just said about the clear, convincing argument laid by the Prime Minister about this new normal in which we live and why it is important for us to get used to it and to live through it and to make sure we get to normal living. And then to hear this on the other hand, I'm not convinced. All of a sudden, I now have to take a second look and listen more carefully at the arguments being given. And that is why, back in 2020, many persons thought that the decision was politically motivated. And I must admit that I find myself there as well. Not sure exactly what the political motive is, but not sure exactly what the political motive is. But what I do know, hold on, what I do know is that a government that is sure of its outcome and sanguine that it is way ahead of the opposition is not one that would seek to postpone the elections. I do. I say that with the smile I always wear. And I say that from the purest of heart that I always carry. I say to you, Madam Speaker, that the strategic laws really and truly, and the Minister would agree, that one of the things when we entrenched the laws was to take away the whims and fancy with which government in the past had set dates for the local government election. That was why it was done. I remember the last time that we came here for a postponement and person said 1 whole year, and I remember very clearly the words of the Minister. It is up to, so you need not worry. But here we are again. The 28th of February 2023 is what is being proposed. And I say to myself, if indeed COVID is the reason why we are postponing it, does the Minister know more than the doctors and scientists know? Can the Minister predict the next spike and what will happen over the next 12 months? Because if the Minister cannot predict that, certainly in the last year there were opportunities for the elections to be held. When the spike was down, when we were normalizing, when we looked good. But those opportunities were not used. He is now asking us to give him another 12 months again. So it becomes at the Minister's whims and fancy. And let us not forget, Minister, as you know very well, that in every instance in the history of local government, that a local authority has been stripped of its powers, it has been under the government of the Jamaica Labour Party. Every single time.
And therefore, we cannot forget that. It is in our psyche. I agree that 6 months, although I believe up to 6 months is really what you should be asking for. Not that I'm comfortable with it, because I'm not. Because I am not convinced of the sincerity and the minister being clear that if an opportunity arises earlier where COVID-19 is not a threat, that the people of Jamaica will be given the opportunity in local government to choose their representatives. It is not just the deaths, it's not just the vacancies. There are many councillors who are at the end of their tether, who would like to just go home and rest. And Minister, I know you know better than your colleagues. So I know you know that I can't tell them to resign. No, Chair. No, is your minister answering, you know? Turn to your minister and tell your minister that. We can't tell these members to resign. We would ask them that up until the last day to give the level of representation that's required. But they too are human beings. They too have been expecting that they would have gone to the polls and they would have relinquished the position. It is not fair to the people that they are representing. And so I'm conscious of that as well. As I end, it is always the right time to do the right thing. And I believe that the political motivations should be in the background, and that what should lead us is the health of our people and the timing of that election. I am reluctantly agreeing because I'm not convinced, not because of you, Minister, but also because of your colleagues and their sotto-voce comments and their laughter at the expense of the people of Jamaica. I'm not convinced of the sincerity, but I am convinced of that tale that is told by our doctors about where we are with our hospital. So I know that there's a little room there through which you're walking. Tread carefully, Minister. Tread carefully, because this era is one where democracy is backsliding across the world. Let Jamaica not be one of those countries where democracy is also backsliding.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the leader of the opposition and the chairman of the PNP, member from Southwest St. Andrew. But Madam Speaker, I want to remind the opposition of a song, and I want them to listen to the words of the song. Minister, just allow them. There's a popular song that says, memories don't leave like PNP do. They always stay with you, whether good or bad. And I listen to the passionate argument from my neighbor from Southwest. Between 1990 to 1998, no elections were held. There was no excuse at the time. Hold on, you started it. Madam Speaker, there was no crisis in the country at that time, Madam Speaker. The government of the day, Madam Speaker, sat in a comfort zone. Elections after elections, the people voted, Madam Speaker. So this argument about us not allowing, Madam Speaker, is baseless. Has no merit, Madam Speaker. So let me dispense that. Memories don't leave like PNP do. They always remain with you. Madam Speaker, I heard reference coming from the leader of the opposition and the member from Southwest about entrenched. Madam Speaker, the provisions that was placed in the Jamaican Constitution when the amendments was done to the Local Government Act did not fully entrench that provision within the Constitution. And when I sat on that side, Madam Speaker, and raised the concerns that it should be fully entrenched, deeply entrenched, they didn't take it on. So why all of a sudden then you had the opportunity to make it right? Madam Speaker, I have listened to the arguments. This government, Madam Speaker, needs no excuse to call an election. Whenever we call an election, we are going out there to campaign on our performance as a government, Madam Speaker, not on rhetoric. And we consider, Madam Speaker, the importance. You would like us to fly the gate. You would like it. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me say, Madam Speaker, that the arguments raised by the leader of the opposition the arguments raised by the leader of the opposition about the numbers, Madam Speaker, not because, Madam Speaker, there seems to be a leveling off. We have to be a responsible government, Madam Speaker. We have to be responsible. And the most honorable Prime Minister from last year indicated, Madam Speaker, and I heard the leader of the opposition spoke about, I hear the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, saying 6 months. Madam Speaker, this is the 60th anniversary of Jamaica's independence. We as a party value and respect our achievement of independence. It was Sir William Alexander Bustamante and the Jamaica Labour Party that championed the cause for Jamaica's independence. So in this, our 60th year of independence, Madam Speaker, when we should be unifying the country, everybody moving in the same direction, we know what our political system is, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want So, Madam Speaker, I don't believe, Madam Speaker, that we want to get into an election mode in the celebration of our 60th year of independence. The country, Madam Speaker, has been through a lot, and we need to celebrate the achievements of the country, Madam Speaker. the leader of the opposition and the member from Southwest raised the issue about councillors who are at the end of their tenure, Madam Speaker. And there are at least 10 divisions without elected representatives. But, Madam Speaker, I am proud to say, Madam Speaker, that those divisions that are without sitting councillors have not forfeited on the benefit that is due to those divisions if there was a sitting councillor. And the mayors, on both sides, Madam Speaker, have been carrying out the functions and ensure that those divisions are properly represented, Madam Speaker. And that is the norm whenever there is a death or a resignation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I came here today to seek the Parliament's approval in postponing the elections until February next year, Madam Speaker. And I do so taking into consideration all the issues that are facing the country, Madam Speaker, and I would urge my colleagues on that side to let us make this a unanimous decision. The country must not feel that we are playing politics with the health of the nation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on that note, I take my seat and leave the rest to the Parliament to make the final decision.
Madam Speaker, permit me unusually to just say something. It's not...
It's after that.
I just wish to correct something.
It's after.
No, it's fine.
Yes. I'm so sorry, member. The minister closed the debate.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the second reading of the bill, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Temporarily Modify the Representation of the People Act in order to postpone the holding of a general election of members to serve on the respective councils of municipal corporations and a general election of the mayors of the city municipalities read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Madam Speaker, there is one amendment correction, Madam Speaker, in clause 1 in the, I think it's the first page, the marginal note. It should insert next after the words short title the words and comments.
Members, I put clause 1.
Commencement, I'm sorry, commencement.
Clause 1 with the amendment of the words and commencement after the words short title. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
For the reasons given when we were debating the bill, I strongly believe that this extension should not be for a year on this occasion, but should be for 6 months maximum. And I understand what has been said about independence and so on, but it's an outside date and it can be called at any time before, once the COVID situation has settled down, and it should be called as soon as the COVID situation has settled down, because the reality is that we're already over a year late in the electoral cycle. So I want to propose an amendment to subsection 1 of section 2, clause 1 of clause 2, and that is in the quoted amendment to paragraph 4.7 of the 8th schedule of the Act, and the definition of relevant period. Relevant period means a period from the 28th of February 2022 to the 28th day of August 2022. So the amendment would be to change February to August, and the year where on the second place where it arises in the provision, and to change 2023 to 2022 at the end of that, the words in quotes. So I would ask that you put the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Members, you have heard.
Chairman.
The member from St. James.
Very well.
Chairman, just to say that the effect of what the member is asking for is really provided for, because it says that on the second limb, the day on which a general election is held pursuant to paragraph 412 of the ROPA, whichever is earlier, and then expire. So although the point is that the period should be less than the outer period, the fact is that the law does provide for an earlier date. And if that earlier date, if the election is held on that earlier date, then this law would expire.
Madam Chairman, I fully understand that point, but of course the long stop date, the date that provides the end of the available period is tremendously important, because as we've seen in the first amendment, the entire period has been utilized and the election has not been called. So there are two amendments actually I need to propose. The amendment that I spoke to first, and also in subsection 2, the very same amendment in 2A, which would be to change the 28th of February 2023 to the 28th of August 2022. So it would, the same amendment would arise in both subsection 1 and subsection 2A. And yes, it can be called before, but the point really is it can also, if we extend it for a year, it may not arise for a whole year, even when COVID is no longer a governing factor in how we operate. So that is why we feel it is appropriate to fix it at 6 months as an outside date now. If the situation remains so dire that we can't have an election within that period, the government can seek to amend it again.
Madam Speaker, it is a fair comment to make that if it isn't broken, don't fix it. Traditionally, this is how we have operated, to provide the flexibility. And especially in this situation, as outlined by the Minister, when we are in a pandemic, the extent of which in time we cannot determine, and no one has been able to, that it does provide the space. But within that period of time, it has been known that elections can be called. We're in a democracy. And the kind of parliamentary democracy that we subscribe to allow us to call elections within a given period based on the Constitution. So it is not necessary, Madam Speaker, in our view, to change what the Minister has prescribed in the bill in order to facilitate an action which can be taken anyway. So whether it is 6 months, it could go to a year, or it is 3 months, it could go to 6 or whatever, depending on the circumstances and situation that obtain. It is therefore our view, Madam Speaker, that the time allotted is reasonable and right in the context of the ability of the Minister and, indeed, the democracy that we enjoy to facilitate elections within that period. And it is therefore not, in our view, necessary to change what has been put in the bill.
Madam Speaker, I thank the leader of government business for that submission. He said if they ain't broke, don't fix it. The truth is that the system was broken for the very reasons that were given in the minister's closing remarks in the debate, that we had periods in which there was extended periods when no local government elections were held for political expediency reasons. And it is why,
Okay.
and quite frankly, it is why the system was changed. It was a deliberate decision to change to a fixed election date, so we wouldn't have these willy-nilly extensions of time and protracted election cycles for local government representation. 1 second, please. So the 6 months or 1 year makes a significant difference, because if it's a year, the government of the day can decide based on their own calculations whether or not to call it within that year, regardless of COVID. And we're saying, with the principle being a fixed election cycle, we should not extend it beyond what is reasonable to take into account the fact that COVID is still with us, though it does appear that we'll be getting past it. So I wanted to put the amendments, please, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I hear the member, Madam Chair.
Just before we do all of this, I'm not quite following what the amendment is, so I would like for you to let me have the amendment in writing. What is the amendment in writing? I'm not...
The date, 28th day of February 2023, appears twice in Clause 2 of the bill. The date, 28th of February 2023. Do you have the bill there before you, ma'am?
Yes.
You see Clause 2? It would help if you have a look at it.
A minute, let me get Clause.
All right, so you'll see in subsection 1 of Clause 2, there are some words in quotes, beginning with, which is the amendment to paragraph 7 of the ROPA 8th schedule, paragraph 4.7. And you'll see that the second date there says 28th of February 2023.
28th of,
Yes, and the proposed amendment is to change that to 28th of day of August 2022. That's the first amendment that is being proposed.
Madam Chair.
But let me just take the speaker through what is being proposed, please, Minister, and then you can, rebut. And then in subsection 2 of the clause, 2A, you see the same reference to 28th day of February 2023. It is to make the same change to 28th day of August 2022. Those are the two amendments, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I am the original bill as presented, Madam Chair, is what I am asking the committee to consider. And, if needs be, Madam, we put the proposal to a vote, Madam Speaker.
Members, we have heard the views of both sides. I'm now going to ask the members to consider what is it that we are agreed on as the committee. We put it to a vote. Those in favor of the bill as it stands with the of clause 2 as it's taken through the 28th of February 2023 in clause 2. Those in favor?
No, but Madam Speaker, I
those
think
against?
Madam Speaker, I think you should just put the amendment first.
Yeah, the amendment has to be put first.
Put the amendment first so it can be voted.
Yes, and then the bill is amended, if it's amended.
It's not amended because we are voting on whether or not it ought to be amended.
That's right, Madam Chair. So just put the amendment so we can vote on it.
Right.
Put the
proposed amendment goes first. And that is put first. And if a decision is made, then you decide.
Members,
whether
we
it's
have
amended or not.
discussed the amendment in relation to this. I now put it to you. Are those in favor of the amendment as noted to the 28th of February, 28th of August 2022 in clause 2? Those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Those against?
No. Divide.
All right, there's a divide. Very well.
Mr. Bartlett?
Hold a minute. There is really no divide, Madam Clerk. There is a vote before the parliament.
So they can, if divide comes first.
The divide is called for.
Divide comes first?
Yes, brother, get it right. Yes.
Madam Clerk is correct.
Yes. Hey, sit down. to sit down.
You cannot call for a divide after you have called the vote. No. They voted last before they called for the divide.
Members, I am going to be guided. I don't think members, I do not think that we should quarrel about this. If there's a divide, let us do it quickly. There's a notation on the record. Let us, member, I'm going to ask you. It is almost 5:30. There's a lot left to be done. Let us go through the divide.
I am guided, madam. But, madam, they voted. Then they called for a divide. Madam Speaker, they voted.
As the Speaker, I did err because I said,
Madam Chair, I'm guided by you.
I erred in putting it that way. There is a divide, and therefore let us not waste time. Listen, member, they did say aye and then divide. I erred as the Speaker. There is a divide before us. I don't think we should waste any time. It is a discussion. Let us have the divide.
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Bartlett? No. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown? No. Dr. Brownberg? Dr. Chang? No. Dr. Charles? Mr. Charles? Mr. Brown? Mr. Chin? Mr. Chuck? Mr. Clark? Dr. Clark? Mr. Cousins? Ms. Crawford? Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn? Ms. Daly? Mr. Davis? No. Ms. Davis? No. Dr. Dunn? No. Mr. Golding? No. Mr. Graham?
I thought someone's voting for me, ma'am.
Ms. Grange? Mr. Green? No. Dr. Guy? Ms. Hannah? Ms. Hamilton? Mr. Henry Kitts? Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry? Mr. Holness? Mrs. Holness? Mr. Hutchinson? Mr. Hutchinson? Okay. Mr. Hilton? Mr. Jackson? Mr. Lawrence? Miss Lee? Mrs. Malahuford? Mr. Main? Mr. McKenzie? Mr. Miller? Miss Morrison? Mr. Montague? Mr. Morgan? Mrs. Nita Garvey? Mr. Paulwell? Mr. Paulwell? Okay, thank you. Mr. Phillips? Dr. Phillips? Mr. Robertson? Mr. Robinson? Mr. Samuda? Mr. Shaw? Mr. Sibbles? Mr. Slowly? Miss Smith? Mr. Terry Long? Dr. Tufton? Mrs. Vaz? Mr. Vaz? Mr. Warmington? Dr. Wheatley? Mr. Williams, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright. I need to say Dr. Charles again. I didn't hear what you said. No, okay. And your name? Yes, Mr. Charles.
Members, the results of the vote that was taken, we have 37 noes and 7 yeses for the amendment. Therefore, the noes carry. There's no amendment to that. Members, I now put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Members, I do, the question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 1 amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The House is now, the House has now resumed its sitting, so I report that the bill as having been passed with 1 amendment. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a 3rd time with the amendments.
That the bill be read a 3rd time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Temporarily Modify the Representation of the People Act in order to postpone the holding of a general election of members to serve on the respective councils of municipal corporations and a general election of mayors of city municipalities, read a 3rd time and passed.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the matter relating to the business of the House, in particular response to the public business, that the Minister of Finance be asked to complete the debate on the matter standing in his name.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move, be it resolved that the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2022, which were laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of January 2022, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report.
The question is that the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2022, for the which were laid on the table of the House on the 25th day of January 2022, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, just before I signal the date on which the PAAC meet, as is customary, I just want to explain why we have tabled this third supplementary. It's as a result of the assignment of subjects, departments and agencies and other public bodies, which has led to the creation of a new ministry, the Ministry of Legal Affairs and Constitutional Affairs, and also the removal of a ministry, the Housing, Environment and Climate Change Ministry. The Financial Administration and Audit Act financial instructions require, it's a requirement, a legal requirement, that a supplementary budget be prepared to address the budgetary allocations in respect of the changed entities during the course of a fiscal year. I therefore, Madam Speaker, table the third supplementary estimates for the 21-22 fiscal year to treat exclusively with the needs that have arisen as a result of the change to the assignment of subjects and departments, agencies, and other public bodies. The adjustments proposed to the existing approved budget for 21-22 all represent reallocations and do not alter the total budgeted expenditure of $893 billion. Specifically, the third supplementary estimate provides for the closure of Head 21,000, which is the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal and Environment, and moving all of its functions to Head 19,000, which is the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. And this also results in the Forestry Department, which is a department of the former Housing Ministry, moving and becoming a department of the Ministry of Economic Growth. The supplementary also provides for the establishment of Head 27,000, which is the new Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, which will incorporate the Law Revision Secretariat from the Ministry of Justice's Central Ministry, as well as the Legal Reform Unit and the Office of the Parliamentary Council, which are former departments of the Ministry of Justice, and to transfer the Records and Information Management and Information Regulators services from Head 41,000 for the Ministry of Education and Youth, formerly Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, to Head 15,000, Office of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the chairman of the PAC has informed me that the PAC will meet tomorrow, January 26th, for consideration of the third supplementary estimates.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it's not the debate, but I must say it's a very untidy arrangement to be back here 2 weeks after passing the second supplementary estimates to now have to deal with a third. And I think it requires, I know prime ministers have the prerogative to make changes to cabinets, but we must incorporate better planning so that we don't use because it takes a lot of time, the Parliament's time, the PAAC is going to have to convene, we're going to have to come back and debate it again. So for me, really, 2 weeks after passing the second one, I believe it is an indication of what I would call bad planning.
Madam Speaker, that comment is a comment that is not aware of parliamentary history. Just in 2016, the government then, which was the party that makes up the opposition, called a general election 6 weeks before the end of the fiscal year. Well, you know, the financial instructions in the Financial Audit and Administration Act require that you need a supplementary budget if new ministries are created. One government has these set of ministries, another has other ministries. And those who were here at the time will recall that because of that, we had to have a supplementary budget a week after a new government came in and 4 or 5 weeks before the end of the fiscal year. The situation here is no different. Jamaica is a mature democracy with rules and regulations and laws, and funds cannot be spent unless they are approved by Parliament. It is the Prime Minister's prerogative to reorganize his government at any time, and all Prime Ministers of Jamaica have been afforded that since 1962. The consequence of that is that the Parliament meets to apportion funds to newly created ministries and to reallocate from ministries that have been removed. There's nothing untidy about it. This is the nature of how Jamaica's business has been conducted for the last several decades. So the member is basing his comment based on feeling and an opportunistical statement, Madam Speaker. This is purely normal operating procedure and has happened many times before, and during the long period that side occupied government benches, this was a customary practice. It is required by no less a law than the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the financial instructions of them.
Madam Speaker, I'm not questioning the need for a third supplementary estimate. I'm saying we were here 2 weeks ago with the second. 2 weeks ago, that is the issue. I'm not questioning the Prime Minister's prerogative to name new ministers and ministries. That's not the point. I am saying, having done this exercise 2 weeks ago, I'm saying better planning should have been part of the process, so these changes could have been made. That is the issue.
Your point.
No, Madam Speaker, there is no issue. The supplementary estimates were tabled on the same day that the Prime Minister reorganized his government. Both processes are independent of each other. The supplementary estimates are printed days before it is tabled. The preparation of supplementary estimates involves the Ministry of Finance working with ministries, departments, and agencies across government to receive their request for funds, and that work starts from, or certainly in this case, started from December. And the date it so happened that the date that they were tabled coincided with the date that the Prime Minister reorganized his government. And, you know, no opposition member is going to shackle the Prime Minister from organizing his government whenever he wants to. Okay? So his comments are completely out, Madam Speaker. This is what the laws of Jamaica require, and this is what we will proceed to do. It is completely unnecessary to make those comments. Completely unnecessary.
But he has made comments which I take objection to. I am not who is shackling the Prime Minister? Who is shackling the Prime Minister?
I have heard.
But you have allowed him to continue talking, though.
Member, I have allowed your views, and I have allowed, and that is it. I am moving on.
I am not questioning that it's a legal requirement. Nobody's questioning that. That's not what I have questioned. So you are answering something I haven't questioned.
I am going to ask you to take your seat, please. So, House Leader?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Just on a point here, I just say that, you know, members of the House do appreciate that permission is given and latitude is provided from time to time for members to respond and respond. But it ought to be recalled that a member does not have the latitude to get up at every moment unless he's asking questions in relation to a statement made by a minister in the appropriate sort. When there's a debate, each member has one opportunity to respond to the debate, and after that, he takes his seat. So I just want to be guided, Madam Speaker, in terms of this. Madam Speaker, may it please you now to ask the Minister of National Security to take the report on the Zozo, which is in his name.
Dr. Chang?
More. Hours. No, hours. It's not long. Where the lady go, man? This. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to present the report of a joint select. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure today to present the report of a joint select committee established on October 27, 2020 on the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act. This review, Madam Speaker, was undertaken pursuant to Section 26(1) of the Act, which mandates that a review of the Act be conducted 3 years after the declaration of the first zone by a committee of the House of Parliament. In undertaking this responsibility, the committee commenced deliberation on December 10, 2020, and held 13 meetings, the last of which took place on September 16, 2021. During the deliberations, input was provided from several stakeholder groups, an extremely wide cross-section, in fact, of stakeholders, all of whose views were ventilated, discussed, and their recommendations outlined in the report, and some, in fact, adopted. I want to take the opportunity, of course, to commend the members of the committee who worked in the Joint Select Committee, and thank them for their support and their interest and, in fact, research in working, in particular members of the on that side. I see the leader of the opposition has gone, but I'd say, Madam Speaker, I'd advise if they should wear the same cap they wear in the committee meeting at all times, it could maybe give you some more traction out there. Their support was of value in getting this thing settled. By way of Madam Speaker, the Act was passed in a bid to respond to the high levels of crime and violence within our vulnerable communities in Jamaica. The Act was passed with a view to facilitate social intervention and community development measures that are deemed essential for public order and promoting and upholding the rule of law. This, Madam Speaker, was to be accomplished by a three-phase approach based on a well-known clear strategy of clear, hold, and build. Since the passage of the Act, 7 geographical areas have been declared as zones of special operations pursuant to Section 4 of the Act. The geographical zone declared are Mount Salem, September 17, 2017, and now mature and looking at an exit strategy. Denham Town, October 17, 2017, Greenwich Town, July 1, 2020, August Town, July 8, 2020, Norwood, June 2021, Parade Gardens, January 9, 2022, and Savamar, January 16, 2022. It was determined that these geographical areas not only met the criteria of rampant criminality, gang warfare, escalating violence and murder, and threat to the rule of law and public order, the barbaric nature of the crimes and their impact on the most vulnerable, or children in particular, surpass any reasonable measures of policing. The Jamaica Constable Force reports significant decline in serious crimes, particularly murders and shooting within all the declared zones. The residents across all 5 communities have spoken openly about their renewed sense of freedom, given their ability to engage in seemingly simple activities, such as a walk through their community unencumbered and free of fear at particular times of the day, and to conduct their normal activities, such as attending prayer meetings during the week, or just visiting the market on weekend. Madam Speaker, in keeping with the mandate of the Act, the planning and execution of social investment activities have commenced and are coordinated by a multi-agency social intervention committee within each zone. The social intervention activities are carried out on a foundation of safety and security and are geared towards improvement and empowerment of the residents, thereby restoring hope for their future. Social transformation activities conducted within these zones includes increased sporting activities and improvement to the playing fields, zinc fence removal and improvement to the roadway, such as repaving, building of sidewalks, critical infrastructure development, such as improved running water, plumbing where there was running water where there was none, fixing of leaks, and the establishment of the repair to old sewer lines. The rehabilitation of small parks and green spaces, critical to the environment and, creating a new sense in that of safety within the community. Issue of truancy, we seek to address in all the community, that is to identify and find the kids who are out of school and get them into school, of course, with the required social support to keep them attending school. Enterprise support to members of the community may need to start small business. Training and certification of tradesmen, one that is proved particularly valuable in ensuring that young men may find alternative activity for gainful employment and earning a decent living. And getting relevant members of this community into the social safety net, such as with the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, that they can get the PATH program when they're off and could be identified. Activities such as other certificates, like birth certificates, and just engaging many of our socially deprived in a very positive way and getting them in touch with the relevant government agencies that they need to be in touch with to benefit from not only what is derived from the regular agencies, but again, reestablish themselves in their community with independence and with a certain level of hope and dignity at the time, as is required, as they are denied when you have the community overwhelmed with criminal activity. Madam Speaker, I will now go on to highlight the major recommendations outlined in the report being debated in the House today. The first I wish to highlight is the recommendation to amend Section 3, Objects of the Act. In this regard, Section 3B for the language to be more inclusionary and more citizen-centered, and agreed it should be referred to the protection, citizen-centered, sorry. And it will read, and agreed it should be referred to the protection of the fundamental rights and freedoms of persons residing, working, doing business, and raising families in the zone. The insertion of the word raise families were immediately after the word reside was therefore recommended. This is crucial, Madam Speaker, because the entire social structure in many of these communities is disrupted by the activity of gangs who capture the communities and, in fact, oppress the citizens there and remove from them many of the privileges that we speak of as normal activities within these communities. Madam Speaker, it is being proposed that Section 4 be amended to increase the initial period in which a zone can be enforced from a period not exceeding 60 days to a period not exceeding 180 days. That is important, Madam Speaker, in terms of the reporting process for those who are involved. We now have 7 zones. We could increase that, increase in numbers, and it will reduce the amount of essentially bureaucratic work being done and allow for time to monitor the effectiveness of the execution of the program that we are pursuing. And for the increase of the further period of zones can be extended from a period of not exceeding 60 days to a period not exceeding 120 days. This amendment is in response to the operational needs expressed by our security forces, as well as providing sufficient time for the objectives of the Act to be achieved, given the wide scope of activities involved. The timeline, as I said, Madam Speaker, is not only to reduce the level of bureaucratic work involved and note-taking, but to ensure that you can evaluate the execution of the critical programs and give some realistic idea of the outcomes, and if necessary to make to transfer anything in execution, the time is there to evaluate and pivot on the particular issue. Members are asked to note the recommendation to amend Section 9 for an increase in the time period required for the Joint Command through the Commissioner of Police or the Chief of Defence Staff to report to the National Security Council from every 10 days to every 30 days. This recommendation is in support of the proposed amendment to Section 4 by providing for a consequential increase in the time period to report to the National Security Council. All of these time extension reflects the nature of a zone of special operation as opposed to some other activities. The Joint Select Committee recommend that the expansion of the power conferred on the Prime Minister and Council as provided for in Section 10 by making allowance for the Prime Minister and Council to suspend the operation in a zone without the recommendation of the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defence Staff where necessary. Mr. Speaker, it is to be understood that this proposed expansion of power will not go beyond what was originally intended by the Act, but rather will allow a zone to be suspended for reasons that may not be within the purview of the Commissioner of Police and Chief of Defence Staff. Mr. Speaker, the JSC recommends on the amendment to Section 12 of the Act to make it an offense for breaching a curfew where declared and the imposition of a penalty for the offense to be included. Consequential to this, it is further being recommended that the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defence Staff or their designates be not below the rank of Assistant Commissioner of Police and Lieutenant Colonel, respectively, be empowered to establish a curfew instead of a joint command. This, of course, can lead to a more increased efficiency of the police security force in the area. In addition, for operational efficiency, it is being proposed that another schedule be introduced in the Act to outline the form of the notice and the possible method of publication of the notice, Madam Speaker. These amendments are being proposed to facilitate operational efficiency as the security forces are experiencing issues relating to the operational issues, except the powers conferred by the Act. The Joint Select Committee is further recommending an amendment to Section 16 to give the option to extend the pre-charge detention period similar to what is afforded under the Bail Act. This amendment, Madam Speaker, will provide a safeguard in that the approval for extension of the pre-charge detention must be approved by a Justice of the Peace who has exercised summary jurisdiction in a parish court, in keeping with the definition of a Justice of the Peace in Section 2. 16, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, another recommendation I wish to highlight is the change of the name of the Social Intervention Committee as prescribed in Section 23 to Social Transformation Committee. Emphasize social transformation is to clarify the issue. It is not an intervention, it's a transformation process, because it will not be brought to an end until there is effective change in the community, not just a project that will have a, but it will be intervening and conclude at a particular time. And to better reflect the overall intent, nature, and objective of the law and the committee members. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the committee, reading, right? The committee further recommended, Mr. Speaker, the inclusion of a new provision will allow for powers granted to members of the Joint Force and Joint Command within the zone to be extended beyond the geographical boundaries. Members, we wish to note, Mr. Speaker, to be extended beyond the geographical boundaries of the zone in instances where there is hot pursuit in progress. This will facilitate the capture of persons who may have committed an offense in the zone, being pursued by members of the Jamaica Defence Force without the JCF members being present. Hence, the nature of zones, as you are aware, is oftentimes a separation by a street. I'm familiar with Norwood Boulevard, separates Norwood in two. So effectively, one could commit a crime on the zone, walk across the road, and the JDF, who might be present, could not apprehend him and have to call and await the presence of a member of the Jamaica Consular Force. This amendment is seeking to amend that, to correct that error and ensure that that kind of mischief will be corrected. The last recommendation I wish to highlight, Mr. Speaker, is for the creation of a new offense for threatening or assaulting and obstructing or hindering a member of the joint force and the imposition of a penalty of offenses. It was expressed that the Act does not acknowledge instances in which members of the joint force are being prevented from exercising the powers conferred upon them in the Act. It is my belief that the addition of these offences are essential to the conduct of internal security operations within the zone. Mr. Speaker, this report outlining the recommendation of the committee will be sent to the Cabinet for approval once the Senate debates and approve the recommendation. The intent to bring to this Honourable House a bill to amend the law reform zones of special operation, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Act 2017, soon thereafter. Given the level of importance of the zone as a key tool in our national security response, this will be brought in very short order to the House. So also, as indicated, with those 7 zones in place, we need the additional times to ensure that a meaningful report is brought to the House. The monthly report, the short-term report, is not overwhelming to the members administering, in particular an organization like Jamaica Social Investment Fund, which coordinates activities, the Crime Prevention Unit, the Ministry of National Security, and of course the Office of the National Security Agency. So we expect to have this, once approved in the Senate, to have the requisite amendments brought to the House in short order. I welcome feedback from the members and comments from all members who are members of the Joint Select Committee. And thank the members of the House as I seek the support of all members for what are very useful amendments to one of the fine piece of legislation in the strike against criminal activity in the country.
Mr. Speaker, as is indicated by the Minister and Chairman of the Joint Select Committee that considered this bill, it is one that enjoyed the full support and cooperation of the government, of the opposition side during the deliberation. And in much the same way that the Chairman and Minister have commended the participation of the opposition, I too, on behalf of the opposition members, want to commend him in the manner in which he conducted the meetings that allowed for very broad and collaborative investigation of the various elements of the bill with a sense of how we can collectively make Jamaica a safer place. And that, Madam Speaker, underscores the ongoing commitment of the opposition to cooperate with the government in developing new legislation, in improving existing legislation, and to contemplate all approaches necessary so that at the end of the day, all of Jamaica, and in particular the criminals, are aware that the Parliament is at one in seeking to ensure that this country is safe from them and the full long hand of the law will reach them with great certainty. We look forward to the full promulgation of the amended bill, and I will say, Madam Speaker, should at any point along the journey that it is required to make further adjustments, because no bill is ever perfect. Amendments are meant to make good bills bad bills good, good bills better. And there's always room for improvement. The practices, the experiences is what teaches us, and out of those experiences, we can seek to improve on the legislative structure that is available in the fight to make Jamaica a safer place. Again, I underscore the commitment of the opposition towards the improvement of this bill before us.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I too want to join with my colleague in recognizing the important work that was done by this ZOZO committee, and also acknowledge the tremendous patience and good guidance offered by the Minister in all those deliberations. Madam Speaker, the committee had the benefit of hearing from a wide cross-section of interests. We had on one hand the security interest, which represented the power of the state in its coercive role to quell crime and violence. But on the other hand, we had a host of social engineers, people who have been involved for many years, representing various organizations in the fight for social order, fight against crime and violence. And for me, I came away with a clear view that a lot more attention has to be paid to the social side, to families, to the role that the state can play in dealing with those of our citizens who are so-called left behind and who need the help and support to get them back as viable persons in our society. And as this side has said, there is a definite preference for ZOSO as a means of stemming the high levels of crime and violence. And as a member of that committee, I believe it fully, that it really represents the broadest approach to fighting crime and violence. I can speak for myself, you know that. I did empathize with the minister, because for ZOSO to work, you need a tremendous amount of resources, for especially the social intervention side. And I did plead in the committee, and I now use this opportunity on his behalf to plead for greater resources to be provided to enable especially the social side of ZOSO to be far more effective, and for it to be able to be extended to far more communities. And of course, as a good member of Parliament, I want to raise my own place where I'm from as being deserving of having one of these facilities. And I think the minister is going to give me the nod because of that. Yes. So I really want to, again, commend the effort and to say that we fully support the report that is now tabled in this Parliament. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for their support. And I said it was not just support today, it was good quality support in the committee meetings. They attended, participated, and we had good dialogue on the interrogation of issues. But I reminded my member very, very quickly, I'd take to remind him again. I said the government is committed to putting resources in the zones, but there are two sides to the resources, and they must not be de-emphasized. One, we need the additional security personnel, and we can make deployments from time to time, but given the high level of criminality and violence throughout the country, one has to be careful how you concentrate forces in one area. And we are training. The training is very aggressive. The trainers begin to do some work. In fact, very early in their training school operation, there is a year process to go through. As indicated, we did 1,250 this year. We're going to 1,500 this year, and we're made even a bit more aggressive. But we don't have the resources, the space to do many more, and we also have to spend time to train the trainers who are going in the system. So this government, and the very first government, Madam Speaker, now you're back in the seat, have taken significant steps to bring the police force up to establishment level. It's a commitment to the government to so do it, because it's easy to say put more boots on the ground, but you know, boots are, this is an unfortunate term we use to apply to police officers. You know, we don't take them off the shelves like that. These are trained professionals, qualified professionals, and it takes time to train. It has levels of recruitment, and I think it's a term that I don't like to use because it's almost disrespectful. You know, we don't say, you know, put Sanders in the hospital. Our officers we need out there to execute a program like this have to be highly trained individuals, and in fact the young police has to be supported by have the mentoring of some of the senior officers out there. So we need additional men, and the government, as I said, this government is the only government to have taken practical steps to expand the police force. And other things I indicated as the Minister of Finance comes through during this year to look at how we can ensure not only the physical environment of the police officers dealt with, but we do agree, and it will be settled with negotiation, discussion, and research, that police officers must be better remunerated. And I said not by allowances and ad hoc additions to their salary, which when they retire, they suddenly realize they are in almost desperate poverty. So that you have to settle those issues, and we're going to settle them. I assure the nation, Madam Speaker, and I'll ask for the report to be adopted by the honourable members of the House. Madam Speaker, if it please.
The question before the House is that the report as brought by the Minister be adopted. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The report is adopted. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it is now intended to continue the debate on the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider the report on the motion for consideration of a proposal that the City Municipality of Portmore becomes the 15th Parish of Jamaica. I understand member from South St. Catherine is to make a presentation along with the member from Southeast St. Catherine.
I'm going to use my position as a speaker to allow the senior member of parliament to go ahead. Member Jackson.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. As the leader of government business has indicated, the motion before us is the report from the Joint Select Committee to consider the proposal for making Portmore a parish to become the 15th. The report has been tabled. I want to extend my thanks to the various agencies that appeared before the committee, the ministries of government that came, the community groups, individuals, and others, and indeed the staff of the Parliament who facilitated and guided that exercise. Madam Speaker, I don't clearly remember if you were in the chamber when the member from South Central, St. Catherine, who chaired the committee, completed his presentation. I walked over to him. As you know, he's from Portmore. And I said to him, you know, Andrew, I know you well, you know. And all that you said a while ago, I know you don't believe it, but you're duty bound to say what you said. And I make those comments, Madam Speaker, because the chairman is a trained scientist. And part of his training as a scientist is to take a very disciplined approach, examine the data, do the necessary observations, testing, etc., before you present a final position. I don't think that this exercise benefited from that. And I'll say why, Madam Speaker. It is important to appreciate, first of all, the background to the current Portmore municipality that we have. Well, before I touch on the background, I want to formally indicate to you, Madam Speaker, as the Speaker of this House, the procedures for dealing with matters placed before the committees of this House was breached. What happened is that the motion is tabled, the committee is established, and the committee goes to meet. For the first time ever in this House, committee meetings on this matter was convened during the summer break when the Parliament was adjourned for the summer break. The committee convened during the break to deliberate on this matter. Well, you know, if the Parliament says that the Parliament is adjourned for members to go and do whatever they wish to do because the Parliament is not meeting, you can't do that on one hand and then conveniently you then ask the members to make themselves available nonetheless. And those situations will arise in cases of urgency. We all know that. You can break and urgencies arise and you have to come back. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the committee had submissions, as I indicated earlier, from a number of agencies and ministries. And the practice is that the committee gets the benefit of listening to the submissions that are made verbally, read the written presentations, we develop a matrix, and then we examine the totality of it. And based on the evidence from the presentations, we make recommendations to the committee. In the instant case, the committee moved to vote and decide on the decision that it is set out to do before it look on the recommendations in the matrix and consider them as a committee. Granted, each member might come to their own conclusion from the very beginning, even before any evidence is provided. But there is a procedure to make sure that the recommendations are grounded in the presentations. That was thrown through the window. And you know what is unfortunate, members, Speaker? Some members said that nothing wrong with that. And we hear the muttering even now. I did. Thank you. I did.
Member, don't get distracted. You do your presentation to me.
I'm thanking the member. I did, and the majority of members on the government side overruled, and that's what prevails. So on a matter of procedure, I just want to make that point, Madam Speaker. Back to the question of the background to the Portmore Municipality. For some years now, residents in Portmore felt that they weren't being properly treated by the St. Catherine Parish Council. And it has been across political administration. Mayors come and mayors go, PNP, GLP mayors, and the complaint has been the same. I too had an unfortunate experience. At one stage, there were only 2 divisions in my constituency. Most of the problems I had as a member of parliament were of a local government nature, not central government. The residents in my constituency, they come to me for those local government issues to be addressed. That is the responsibility of the local authority. And they became frustrated right across Portmore. And that gave rise to the move by the residents of Portmore to create a local government authority of their own to deal with the issues that confront them. It was never an issue about what it is called, whether it is called a city, a parish, a county, a borough, a republic. No such thing was important to the residents of Portmore. It was about having the local authority with the requisite power to attend to the matters that affected their lives on a day-to-day basis. That is what gave rise to the movement of the citizens. And the truth be told, Madam Speaker, the political representatives at the parliamentary level, I being one at the time, and the other major one was in Southeast. A small part of it was in South Central at the time. Most of South Central at that time went into Spanish Town. We never got involved with the process other than facilitating the deliberations. It was really and truly a citizens-led and driven movement to create the municipality. And so partisan political consideration was never even allowed to be a part of it. That is how the Portmore municipality emerged from Portmore, from amongst the residents of Portmore. I was there. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, we can always mutter, the records are there, right? You know.
Members.
No.
Members.
No.
Members. No, I'm going to ask members on both sides. Member Jackson, you are addressing the Parliament. I expect you to address me. Member on the government side, I'm going to ask you to just allow Member Jackson, as a senior member of Parliament, to make his presentation.
You know,
well, you are going to get an opportunity, but we are going to ask, you know, members, I wonder if we remember what the Prime Minister said at the opening of Parliament. How we use our time wisely is important. It's 6:23. Please allow the member to make his presentation so that you can go home and the staff can go home and we can do the business of the country. Please.
You know, Madam Speaker, sometimes there are some very uncomfortable facts that persons have to wrestle with.
You're particularly soft today. I can't hear you.
I was just saying, Madam Speaker, that sometimes the facts and the truth can be very uncomfortable to some persons, right? And we might be witnessing that this evening. But in every family, you know, my colleagues from Portmore, you have some unruly children sometime, you know, and I will forgive them. I won't make much of it. They are my friends and they will remain my friends regardless of the mistakes that they make along the way. The point I was making, Madam Speaker, to represent, and all that I say can be tested out there. Don't take my word for it. Go to Portmore. Speak to the persons who were in the forefront of that effort to create the Portmore Municipality. The facts are there to speak for themselves. The point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that the municipality was a purpose-driven institution that was created to serve the people of Portmore, to deal with the issues that affect their everyday lives. That movement, Madam Speaker, involved the leadership of the citizens' associations across Portmore, the ministers for Pearnel, the Portmore business community through the Chamber of Commerce, the service clubs like the JCs then, the Kiwanis, the Rotary, and the Optimist Club. All those entities were involved in the process. There were extensive meetings at the Art Academy, which was a central meeting place, for months and years to frame out what they wanted to be. And you know, Madam Speaker, here, the interruption about what not being true. I'll share something with you. I remember at one stage near to the end of the framing of what the Portmore Authority to look like, and the question of boundary came up. And the members felt very strongly about a proposal to include an area of St. Andrew. That was withdrawn subsequently based on technical advice we got and another solution sought. The members felt so strongly about the boundaries of Portmore being changed unilaterally by the political directorate that they demanded that in the bill at the time being developed, that the political directorate does not have the final say in what the boundary is, but they must consult with at least 1/7 of the registered voters in Portmore. That is how strongly they felt. And I'll say this, member. One of the members I know was a strong PNP supporter, but insisted that it had nothing to do with party politics. It was all about Portmore residents. That was how deep the sentiments were. You know, the member from West Kingston, you know, though he was a constituent of mine, only by sleeping there at nights, but function outside, he never participated in none of the Portmore deliberations. He only kept the address as a residing address, but participated in no way in what was developing in Portmore. Madam Speaker, the motion that has been tabled in the House sets out to ask for two specific things. I want the chairman to note. One, and I'll read it, so we don't have to talk about what I think or what I feel and what I'm not representing. And whereas there are economic, social, and cultural benefits and potential for generating revenue with Portmore becoming a parish. And secondly, the second one, for the demographic makeup of the Portmore municipality now demands that it be established as a parish to focus exclusively on managing the area in order to achieve sustainable development. Those were the two specific objectives that the motion asks the committee to address. The report is there. Nothing in the report speaks about how the governance and management of that geographic space is to take place. Nothing at all was dealt with in that area. In respect to the other matter of economic, social, and cultural benefits and the potential for generating revenue with Portmore becoming a parish. This is what most of the committee's time spent doing. And what were the findings? And they were quite interesting, to say the least. We heard from the JCF, we heard from the Ministry of Health, the NWA, the NWC, the Ministry of Local Government, NEPA, the Ministry of Justice, and as I indicated earlier, entities like the Ministers for Pearnel and other citizens groups. What did the JCF said about security for Portmore if it should become a parish? It said that the designation makes no difference because the allocation of resources is not on a designated basis, whether you're a parish, municipality, or community. It deals with what the security needs are for that community. The deployment of police officers is all depending on the level of security or risk that obtains in that area. So from a security standpoint, a municipality or a parish makes no difference to the JCF. And that was made clear to us in their presentation. What would they have to do? They would have to change the structure in terms of the division. In St. Catherine, we have two divisions, St. Catherine South and St. Catherine North. Currently, St. Catherine South division have some areas that would be out of Portmore. So they'd have to change that demarcation for the division. And that's all. The point I'm making, the change makes no material difference so far as the security of the people of Portmore is concerned. The Ministry of Health, who came before the committee, what did they say? Similarly, the health service provision is based on the needs of the community. It is structured administratively, it's structured on a parish basis, and depending on the size of the parish, they zone it. So you have one area for Portmore and one for the rest of St. Catherine, all managed by the parish office and the ministry central. So it's the Ministry of Health in Kingston that makes the allocation to each parish and to cover all the communities across the country. So in terms of health, nothing will change for Portmore as it regards to health, whether it is a parish, a county, a republic, or whatever we choose to call it, nothing will change. The NWA, similarly, the NWA made the point that they are on an ongoing task of developing the road network in Jamaica, not on a parish basis, not on a municipal basis, but based on the traffic flow in the different corridors throughout the country. Whether it is Kingston, Morant Bay, in Elsha, in Burton, in Waterford, wherever there is a traffic issue, the NWA attends to it regardless of designation. So the question is, what is the advantage to come? They have answered, and they have said none. The NWC, similarly, their investment in water delivery infrastructure is based upon needs. So, for example, there are more houses being built in this particular area, there's a higher demand, there's a need for more investment of resources. Has no regard to whether you are a county, you are a parish, or you're a municipality. Interestingly, the Ministry of Local Government came before the committee, and what did they say? As it relates to revenues, and it was a bit interesting listening to the presentation from the Ministry of Local Government. And I read from the minutes of the meeting when the Ministry of Local Government came. The Permanent Secretary opined that the creation of Portmore as a parish, and by extension the 15th parish, would accrue benefits of strengthened service delivery, greater administrative responsibility, and enhanced community and local development, given the expanding population. I don't know what that really means, right? This, she said, was especially important in an evolving environment where they are required to be more proactive and responsive to the needs of the populace, she concluded. And on the other hand, our senior officer, when asked about revenues being affected one way or the other for a change from a municipality to a parish, the response was that elevating Portmore to a parish status would not have an impact on the amounts that come from the parochial revenue fund, because currently Portmore was getting its own source of funding independently of other municipalities. He clarified that Portmore was currently receiving its own property taxes and its own road maintenance funding. What's the point being made here, Madam Speaker? That from a revenue generating standpoint, the impact is zero. I am going by the report, Madam Speaker, that came to the committee. This is the committee's report that I am speaking to. And I'm reading from the minutes, right? So the argument would be, if you become a parish, will you earn more revenue to deal with the needs of the community, right? Well, the officer said no. I didn't say so, right? I'm reading from the minutes that all of us approved. When it came to the committee for approval, we all approved it to be so. So don't challenge me here now. It wasn't challenged then. So it is a zero impact so far as revenue. And the PS made the point that for improvements to take place, then you would need additional or new inflows of revenues to realize that. Your reasoning seems backward. Madam Speaker, what did NEPA said when they came to the committee? In their conclusion, and I read from their submission. No, man. I went and say what them say. The creation of the Portmore Parish represents an opportunity to create a model and smart community which citizens can enjoy and improve quality of life. In order to achieve this, it is very important that the governance and financial structures be carefully crafted so as to ensure the sustainability of the area. At present, there is a draft local sustainable development plan and a provisional development order for the area. These documents should be finalized and promulgated and used as a guide for the investment and development of the area. From an agency's perspective, it is anticipated that if those things are done, much could be achieved. The same thing can be said about Kingston. The same thing can be said about St. Mary. Why is St. Mary, though being a parish, is not more developed than it is? Right? We could ask the same question. All these glorious things that the chairman and others will clap about and get excited about, these are going to happen if you become a parish. Where are they in all the other parishes that have their designation of parish for many years? Where is it? Where is it? Where is the evidence of it? All of a sudden, if you put a tag, a designation on Portmore, wonders will come. More roads will come, more water will flow, more roads will be repaired. Everything will just change. Madam Speaker, that was what was said. Yes. I will give it to you. You won't tell me what to read. I read what I choose.
Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the House. The member made an assertion. Please yield.
Why is he wasting the House?
No. This is very important. The member made an assertion, and I'm asking the member to read from the minutes to prove the assertion that he has made.
Except that when you have a report, you can't just pick, you have to read from the report as a whole to get what is being said. You can't.
Thank you very much,
Madam Speaker. He read one section, quoted a section, and he then, without quoting the section, verbalized it. I am challenging the member to read the relevant section of the minutes. He admitted that it is from the minutes. So I am asking the member, very humbly, that he is to read that section from the minutes.
All right, we're not going to waste time, member. I'm going to ask you, since you quoted, just read the section from the minutes for us.
Madam Speaker, I referred the member to the speaker, and I will not read it. I will refer him to the minutes.
I'm directing you now. Hold on. I'm directing you. It's not difficult. If you have the minutes in front of you, just read where you're quoting from, member.
No, Madam Speaker, the copy of that minutes that I refer to is not in my hand at this time. I read from the one that I have.
Madam Speaker.
Well, that's what you must say. It is not in the minutes in front of you. That is the correct thing, but you cannot say I'm reading from it, because from what you said, any one of us, including myself, thought you were reading from the minutes.
Madam Speaker, could you guide the member that you cannot quote from fictitious material? If he's quoting from, he must have it. The standing order is very clear. Very clear.
What I will guide this parliament as to is that those words that he just uttered from the minutes should be struck from the record.
Madam Speaker, it might be useful to advise you that the committee had 14 meetings, and there are 14 sets of minutes.
I do understand that, member, but
there are 14 sets of minutes.
So, member, the question before us is that as you spoke, I thought you were speaking. So if you have 14 minutes, which minutes are you quoting from now?
I am quoting from one of the 14 that is not here with me today.
No,
Madam Speaker, if you permit me, let us not be the member, any member making a presentation. You pull from the body of reports what you want to put in a report. You don't bring the whole report to put all of the records of the meetings to bring here in a presentation. And to ask me to do that is ludicrous.
Member, I agree with you, but what you said on your feet was it is in the minutes with the paper in front of you. And all I am saying is it could be there, but for what is in front of you, and you can't say which one, there's nothing wrong. Just ask for that, or rephrase, withdraw the comment and say It is from one of the minutes that I read, but it certainly is not
Madam
from
Speaker, Madam Speaker, if the member was more respectful in asking which of the minutes, I could have directed him that one that I don't have
I'm going to invite him to ask you respectfully.
Madam Speaker, with a ton load of respect to the honourable member from South St. Catherine, I would like to ask him, quite humbly, which one of the 13 minutes you're quoting from, and could you read what you have quoted?
As I've said, Madam Speaker, I'm reading from one of the other 13 minutes that I read from the one I have here, and I made reference to others that I don't have here. I read from the one I have here.
Madam Speaker, if I may, the member is wasting your time, the House's time, and the country's time. The member asked me, made a specific request, I complied. The member misled the House, I challenged him, and he pointed us to 13 minutes. He then asked me that if I, with respect, make a request, I humbly did. And then the member is dancing around like he's at a dance hall, an illegal party. So, Madam Speaker, may I humbly request that the member apologizes to the House and to you. If not, he should take his seat and allow the debate to continue.
Madam Speaker, I don't think you need to intervene any further, and the member knows that also. But we all know the member and his character, so we're not surprised. And I will not...
No, Madam Speaker, not only is this comment unparliamentary, he's breaching the standing orders by attacking a member personally. So, Madam Speaker, I am asking you to direct the member to not only withdraw his offensive remark, but to apologize. Because I didn't come here by mistake. I came here on the votes of thousands, twice the amount of voters that you got to be here. So don't be out of order. Don't be rude.
You know, members, let me say it now. It's 6:44, almost 6:45. I don't want to waste any more time. I'm going to ask the member, because it is very clear to me as a speaker that when you spoke, you said I'm reading from the minutes. I've asked Hansard to remove those words from the thing, and I really do believe, in the interest of time, and I have a lot of confidence in you as a senior member, apologize and withdraw the comment, please.
Madam Speaker, what am I to apologize for? I said that I made reference to some other minutes that I don't have. And let me clarify, I read from one of the minutes that I have here, and I made reference to others that I don't have here. What is so unclear about that? I think that the member...
That is what you said
Well, I hope that my clarification helps. I hope that my clarification helps. I made a clarification.
Not apologize for the unparliamentary comment about the member.
What was the unparliamentary comment, Madam Speaker? What was the unparliamentary comment? To say my friend was making mischief?
No. Said that we know his character.
Yes, he's a very jovial person. That's his character. We know that to be the case.
Madam Speaker.
Before you say anything, members, I don't want you to laugh, because it's not a jovial matter. It's not, no, and I'm serious. Jamaica looks on, and let me tell you, when you pick up the papers and read, and you see things that are placed in there, and you see cartoons, I'm saying to you, and I know the senior member understands fully the implications of what was said. And I do believe that as parliamentarians, we all enjoy a good relationship across the aisle. But I do not think that the comment that was made to suggest, there was nothing in the comment to suggest that the person raising the objection was a jovial person. And I really think, in all earnestness,
Madam Speaker.
allow him, the member is senior, can help himself. Member, you know, Member Jackson, I called on you this evening. Hold on. I called on you this evening because on the last occasion when this debate was started, I recall you saying you wanted to contribute and therefore could it be suspended. It was primarily on that. And I thought, as a senior member of Parliament for whom I personally have a lot of respect, that you should be given the opportunity to start this afternoon. And I think you have done well up until now. And I really think, in earnest, that an apology is due. And I know the person I'm dealing with, and I expect you to.
Madam Speaker, with all sincerity, I've never said anything to offend my colleague across there. And I think he knows that. He knows that. Nothing said was intended to insult him or belittle him. He knows that. Madam Speaker, even the term I use, being jovial, the context I think is also it's been taken out of context. I said jovial because he's a pleasant person. Even when he appears to be mean, beneath it, he has pleasantness in it. And it's in that context I refer to him as being jovial. So, as I said, I had no intention of insulting the member. If anything I've said is so construed, then I respectfully apologize because that was never intended.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And, hold on, and that is an example that I want every member on either side of the aisle to adopt. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, may I thank you for your patience and latitude. For your patience, Madam, to wait on the honourable member from South St. Catherine. Your latitude to allow him to dance all around the parish of Portmore. The parish of Portmore, to make an apology. To make an apology. And I accept that apology. Madam, I hear a member from South.
No,
I accept the apology. And the matter is closed.
Both members must address whatever they're saying to this speaker, not to each other.
You can understand why I was a bit at a loss when I heard that he's offended. Really at a loss. And when I go outside, he will be offering me a drink and say, Fitz, I did that thing. Anyway, Madam Speaker, the opposition tabled a minority report which captured our position on the matter. And amongst those recommendations is our expression of concerns regarding the many aspects of the proposal to separate from St. Catherine by way of it becoming a separate parish. Among these concerns are the following, Madam Speaker. The existing and separate and self-governing structure of Portmore Municipal Council was arrived at through extensive consultations with all the communities of Portmore and their active leadership over an extended period of time. The level of the quality of consultation to adjust the current governance arrangement was extremely poor and devoid of any real participation. This was contributed to by the prevailing pandemic and the protocols in place to restrict gatherings and face-to-face interactions. This temporal impediment significantly comprise the imperative inclusiveness for such long-term change. Second, the proposed separation was proffered no defined advancement in governance, infrastructure, social and economic opportunities for Portmore residents. Such far-reaching steps should be afforded to the residents of Portmore by the opportunity to make a democratic decision via a referendum whether or not they want Portmore to become a parish. It should not be a decision taken by the government without prior democratic endorsement of the people of Portmore. Thirdly, all the ministries, as I have indicated earlier, and departments and agencies that appeared before our committee and cited in this report indicated that their respective services to Portmore will not increase or decrease because of the change in designation to be a parish. This was underscored by the fact that the ongoing demands for the Portmore area, is not a function of the designation, and the resource generation will not increase beyond existing provisions to all the parishes that currently exist in Jamaica. Fourthly, as a city municipality, the residents of Portmore are entitled to a directly elected mayor. There is no other local authority that provides this legal right to its residents. In the parish councils, now called the municipal corporations, the mayors are chosen by the councillors, which is a form of electoral college. It would be a retrograde step to deprive the people of Portmore of this unique democratic power, which has been guaranteed to them in law since 2003 and now enshrined in the Local Government Act. Fifth, the residents of Portmore are being asked to accept a designation of a parish without or before any clear indication by way of a map of the boundaries of such a parish, and for which they are being denied the opportunity to participate in. Such an attempt is a blatant affront to the explicit expression of the Portmore residents as contained in the Portmore Municipal Act of 2003.
Member, as a senior member, I've given you 10 minutes over the 30. Are you winding up now?
Sure.
Right.
I'm in the conclusion. In the Portmore Municipal Act, where 7% of residents within the existing boundaries are required to assent to any proposed changes in the boundaries, the further utilization of government institutional resources, such as those of the Ministries of Justice and local government and agencies, be discontinued at this time. That the government focus on using the taxpayers' funds to improve the capacities of the existing Portmore Municipal Council and the range of services being provided to the Portmore central government, provided by central government entities such as the Constabulary Force, the Ministry of Justice, Health, Works, and the National Water Commission. That any further pursuit of separating the residents of Portmore from the rest of St. Catherine be done of a proper organized face-to-face consultations with all the communities and their respective leaderships from civil, church, business, and social organizations, no less than what obtained in creating the current municipality of 2003. That considering the ranging pandemic and the occupying necessary restrictions, the limited government funds to deal with the protracted high levels of crime and crisis in health from COVID-19 and other areas of health service delivery in Portmore and across Jamaica at this time. Madam Speaker, we cannot say to the people of Portmore, we're going to create a parish, and they have no clue what the boundary of that parish is. It's like giving someone a parcel of land. Say, you have this land, and it has no boundary. Or you're going to sell a piece of land, and it has no defined boundary. That is what is being put to Portmore residents. That is unacceptable. I'm simply saying, Madam Speaker, we're putting the cart before the horse. We have no objection to, at some point in time, a parish or whatever else be designated. But there are some fundamental things that must be done. Adequate consultation, prioritize the developmental issues that face the residents of Portmore. So at the end, a designation can be a meaningful step for all concerned. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the suspension of the debate at this point.
Members, the question before the House is that the debate be suspended until another sitting of the House. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business for the day, and so I ask for the adjournment of the House until next Tuesday, February, we can get the date. What's the date? 3? Huh?
First.
2? First. Oh, yes. I ask for the suspension, for the adjournment of the House until next Tuesday, February 1st, when we will begin promptly at 2 p.m.
The question before the House members is that the House adjourns until next Tuesday, the 1st of February 2022. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.
What a way you're full of our roots and culture. That was in Jamaica 60. Jamaica 60? What a piece of news, Miss Matty. I feel like my heart going bust up.
Just in, the island of Jamaica is on the verge